process of buying a house. You just can't buy the house. People gotta ask this. Do you have this? Do you have that? Are you? It's much more complicated. So then you would have to create a product
on the
blockchain.
blockchain, a smart contract.
On an anonymous blockchain that doesn't care about identity, right? And you gotta relate identity to that. That's not good, because why won't you just create a blockchain that has to do with identity, aka a CBDC? That's how I see it.
So you're saying there's no way around it. We're gonna have to use the CBDC, of course.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't you want to use the CBDC if you're scared because the guy, they're gonna limit you to how much beer you're gonna buy a week, bro? Watch until you live in a country where your ID in the back has this barcode and you can't buy beer until you scan your ID, no matter how old your bitch ass is. You have to scan your governmental ID to buy alcohol. Okay, cool. They're gonna scan that bitch. Oh, sir, you bought too much this week, but I want to pay with crypto. Yeah, who gots, bro? Who gots? You know what I mean? Like, the fucking CBDCs are not gonna do shit. Oh, they're gonna block you. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you know how banking works? Like, you know your stupid card. If you read the agreements, that's 26 pages long. That they own 50% of that card. Like, that's why they make you destroy it when you did. Like, like, people don't understand that. Like, the dollar they own in their wallet doesn't belong to them. Like, it's fucked how a simple thing to get people to understand. Like, CBDCs
So they can
are
take
not
it
going to
at
do
any
anything.
time if we don't own it.
I would love CBDCs. It's like, bro, you're serious? This dollar is what I can buy my mortgage with? And I can acquire this through a liquid pool that someone can create because someone can wrap this version and bring it on Ethereum? What? You serious? And then people are like, no, we don't want that. But they want PULSECHAIN to launch so they could drop it, bro. It's just stupid. So they could dump it and go get their money in the stupid exchange. Like, it just doesn't make sense how people think. It's like they sound like people that if they were to just be given 10 apartments worth $1 million each, they would just sell the apartments. Like, what? What are you talking about? You wouldn't rent that bitch? You wouldn't like, what? You would just sell it right away. Like, that's how I see, like, with people, the way they handle crypto and the way they have their excuses for, like, CBDCs. It doesn't make fucking sense to me. It's like, why are you so scared? You know what I mean? What do you think now? It's just, to me, I just don't understand when people say that, oh, they're going to control you. Like, to me, it's like, oh, okay, they can control your ass right now, can't they? Didn't they just control us?
So I feel like they are gonna be able to, like, stop and some transactions. Some can get their funds held.
You
If
can get your
they,
funds held right now.
of course. But
You just do a random transaction that you've never done before. And boom, and boom.
let's say, how about this? It's more, I guess, if towards censorship. I feel, if they don't like you or if they feel like you're a threat, they could shut you down, right?
On which blockchain?
Oh no, I'm talking about you. We're talking about CBDC, right?
Yeah, but they could do that right now to you. Just like they did to Andrew Tate. Held him in jail for fucking 2 months, canceled all his bank accounts, his Airbnb, his Instagram, his this, his Cash App, his this, his that, his this, his that, just because of who his name is, who he is, and what he's done in IRL, whatever's associated to his IRL person. What? Okay, that's that. Apparently, we have CBDCs, right? Apparently, he has CBDCs.
Oh no, we definitely had CBDCs
No, but I'm
before.
saying apparently
We use
CBDCs already
PayPal,
exist.
Zelle, that's CBDC, all that. But
Isn't it
now how
Visa,
about this?
MasterCard, American Express is CBDC? Sorry, man.
So how about this? The back to the insurance for crypto.
Shit, give me a second, guys. Sorry. Where's my phone? Fuck. It's fucking things. Yeah, you could continue. I'm sorry. I just kind of didn't want to make you guys hear that fucking dog that just yaps.
Nah, you got that made my dog jump up. But yeah, so yeah, to just I'm just playing what's called devil's advocate right now for everything.
Like,
What
let me
about
give you let me
insurance?
give you another example. Let me
For
give you another
insurance
example.
for crypto.
What do you mean insurance for crypto?
Let's say if someone, you know how insurance companies work. You pay monthly, and you're insured a certain amount.
Yeah, but you're insured for what? Like, what are you gonna? Like,
Losses, theft, to make people secure with their wallets. And I already know that includes, of course, KYCing a wallet. So, what do you think? For
I
anybody.
don't know. I I don't understand now. So you're gonna do that on a CBDC though, because you need admin keys.
No, no, no,
Because
no, no,
you understand how the fraud department works, right? You understand
no,
how
no,
the
no.
insurance would work. Like,
I,
because you want insurance. You want insurance on on having guaranteed your asset. So that means that they need to replace it in case it's stolen, right? That's
on
what
the
you're doing.
blockchain, everything on
Yeah,
chain.
I understand. So they need to be able to give you that insurance, right? But the thing is that insurance companies work with the government, man, because
I
theft
know,
is
but
a
I'm
big
saying
problem.
making
You know what
okay.
the biggest problem of Visa and Mastercard is, right? It's not people not paying it. They always get paid for that. It's actually stealing because someone doesn't get paid.
Okay, so uh, basically, imagine Hex is it's a CD, certified deposit. It's replacing a banking institution, a program. Sorry, and that's something that was in traditional finance. So now that itself gave people security because you're locking up your funds, and the contract is running 100%, and you have, of course, immutable contract where no one can touch it, and you're controlling your keys with this specific situation. So now, same thing with that, you control your own keys, contract would be immutable. What do you feel like, insurance wise, people can be protected if they pay monthly to this contract, I guess, that it will give, if something happens to their wallet, they would be reimbursed, or half of it or whatever, to help them out.
Bro, I will fucking ruin that thing, bro. I will go see the richest guy who's insured and say, bro, I'm gonna hack you. Okay? I'm gonna steal your money. Okay? And you just claim it. I'll do everything. Make it look like you actually got robbed. You'll actually get robbed. Okay? I'm gonna park in front of your house. You just don't say nothing. I'm just gonna rob you. Okay, cool. Done. Robbed. Perfect. Replace the money. Done. Out of business.
That was funny.
Out of business.
So you feel like intentionally people would, of course,
You have to
use
understand, man.
use it.
You not paying credit makes them more money because they're insured for people not paying you. You understand? You get insurance for not getting, like, what's Airbnb, right? If something happens, someone breaks something, there's insurance. You get paid in case you get replaced. But that's in case you always get the money if someone doesn't pay. But if they're stuck, they gotta go through this whole thing and they gotta see and they gotta make sure because someone doesn't get paid. And their asset, right? Especially Visa that goes on 50, usually it's 50-50 with providers that issue the Visa. You know, like it depends. A gas station, a bank, or a random company. You know, you go to Home Depot or something. They have a credit card. They take a percentage of the liability, and then it becomes where Visa just says, okay, well, you know, it's your client. This, that. What's your security say? Oh, you lost it. Okay, well, too bad. We want to get paid. Our contract, we're paid. You're paying us. It doesn't matter because it's not up to us to provide the security. The money's there. Visa just has to guarantee that the money goes through, and that they have a simple security on whatever product that they created. But besides that, for the card itself, for the transactions, the way it's maintained, for how it gets paid, oh, Visa doesn't give a fuck. Visa always gets paid. It's when it's theft. That's why it's a massive problem. That's why fraud, which is the main source of crypto, unfortunately, it's not the nerds, the little nerds in their bank and their fucking their basement that created this shit. It's fraudsters, gangsters, mobsters, all this shit. People killing people for Bitcoin. That's how it works. Money stolen, bro. Bad money. That's what this is, because you can't take it. You can't get it. That's the problem with insuring stuff on the blockchain. And I'm just like, bro, I'll rob you, bro, if you insure someone. I'll just go see them and be like, yo, bro, can I rob you? Like, you'll get the money back.
Let's make some money.
Yeah, that's exactly. Bro, I would go see Visa right now and be like, yo, I'll rob everyone. I'll just go rob. I'll point people up all right now. Let's go make money. But it doesn't. Someone just doesn't get paid when you get robbed. So if someone gets robbed on the blockchain, someone's not getting paid. Someone can't issue the coin. So it's done. It's finished. The next person's not getting whatever's there for them. But you can insure someone when you have admin keys to the coin. You can insure someone with USDC. You could be insured with USDC. Why? Well, because if something's stolen, they can negate the coins and reissue coins. Now we're talking. When it comes to like these coins that have no admin keys, no way of, nah, man, it's a joke, bro. You serious? The Parkway was here. He does the insurance, man. It's complete. It's when you understand the fine prints, because you got to read them all the time. It's like, bro, it's like, yo, bank accounts are fucked, bro. They reserve the rights to remove your bank account for any reason. They refuse the right to give you your money for any reason, up to 5 days, business days, or whatever. You should read your shit. You guys would die laughing, man. You guys would freak the fuck out what's in those things. But yeah. I hope that cleared it up for a lot of people.
But yeah, I'm just chopping shit.
What if the insurance was only on like the stable coin from failing, but your insurance was paid out in like ETH? So you would insure your
No,
USDC in your own wallet.
that's the stupidest thing ever. Why wouldn't you just insure them with a coin that could just be deleted and replaced? What the fuck? You'd give them an actual asset? Like what? Or you wouldn't last long in business as an insurance broker?
A stable
Okay,
coin,
what's
then
another
the stable
stable
coin
coin?
would have to provide that insurance.
Well, if I had to do insurance, it'd be USDC. 100%. USDC, Euro coin. Why not? I'd do it 100%. I'd get into that. Bro, if it's with the circle directly and you have insurance, bro, pretty cool. That's why I'm saying if Circle could offer an insurance on the bridge between PulseChain and ETH, locked funds, or insured funds, non-locked, whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's insured. You can insure the bridge between ETH and PulseChain. You could. They could insure themselves.
Insure the bridges
Yeah, of course.
instead of insurance or
So if someone
dexes or anything
no,
that
no, no,
basically
no,
can
no,
get
no,
scammed.
no, 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 bro. You don't
Why not?
understand the insurance game, bro. I would never insure anything else besides my thing. I would never offer insurance on anything else but what I offer. Like, yeah, no, USDC, bro. It's the only thing I would actually take an insurance on through Circle, not through Adapt, not through you, not through Richard, not through anyone, through Circle, the people with the admin keys.
Sorry, I meant the asset. Like, okay, so let's say the stable coin, of course, USDC, but on these bridges and dexes that USDC gets traded on.
Well, the bridges are not on the deck. Like, anyways, yeah, okay, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, but the bridge between USDC and other chains, they could create insurance. Why wouldn't I would be so down for it? But then it becomes a bunch of nonsense because everyone's gonna hack everyone. I would just say, yo guys, click this link, do it. You make free money. Send it back half. Come on, man. That's a fucking joke, man. I'd hack all of you. I'd be like, yo, let me hack you. Well, I'd call Sean. I'd be like, okay, fuck school. Let's go, man. Let's hack everyone, give them back their money, and make money off of it. Charge like 25%. Come on, man. It's like the insurance company. They're gonna hack themselves and just give you back your own money, and they just make free money. They don't ever have to give their money. They just hack your money and just give you back your money. It's like, oh yeah, they perfect. I'm insured. It's like they could hack you and then figure out a way that it doesn't look. What are you gonna shit again? No, don't shit here, bro. Come here, shit over here, bro. What are you doing? Shit on the fucking grass, not on the fucking entrance, you dumb fuck. I'm back home now. So yeah, I hope that cleared shit up for you guys, man. Bottles, portal, baby. Hello, you still there? You guys still there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Just playing with the puppy.
Same shit. This guy's a huge puppy, bro. This guy's a huge puppy.
Huge puppy? What kind of breed?
Oh, pitbull.
Oh, same here.
Red nose. I'll send you a pic right now. Hold up.
It's your big baby.
Oh, he's a big fucking baby, bro. Big good boy, though. A good boy.
How old?
I don't know, bro. Almost a year, I think.
Oh, yeah, big.
Huge, bro. She is chest, man. Oh, let me take out your chain, you little motherfucker. Come here. And I'm keeping this 13-year-old portal. Let me keep that for that damn. Oh, shit, man.
I want to get her a pulse chain.
Yeah, honey, you just use a choker, man. We need a choker for this motherfucker, bro. We need. Bro, he's too big, man. It's like he's not a pit bull,
Oh, he's
bro.
pulling?
Bro, this guy's huge, man. You see a picture of him? Oh, he's huge, bro. When he sits down like that, he goes to he's almost at my hip.
No way, no.
He's huge, bro. This guy's huge. His name is Zeus. Bro, he's a fucking god, bro. This guy destroyed. Hey, you good boy. Yes, you are. Yes. Yes, you are.
Okay, you getting my dog riled up right now.
Because he started making noise, man. He started like howling and shit. He started with me, man. My friend was buzzing. He's like, "What do you mean, man? He started howling with you?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, we're boys." Good boy. You want to tell me rub? Let's go. Tell me rub. Man, I would have loved to have kids, make fucking John have make him have kids, but we have to cut his nuts because we're in Portugal. But every other dog here has their nuts. Oh no,
Twins!
oh, he's your baby. Oh, he's nice, bro. He has like that tiger. Oh, that's so beautiful, bro. Oh man. Honestly, dude, get him to. I know you probably don't want to, but if you want to teach him how to jump, like really get him to jump now as he's a kid. Like try to make him jump for some steak and shit.
Oh yeah, I would definitely, but I don't want her jumping. It's a her, and I don't want her
Oh, it's
jumping
a her?
on everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but he likes to dance. He doesn't jump. He just goes up to you and like tries to dance. You know, like he's so big, bro. Like I could take him, and when he comes on top of me and he dances with me, I'm literally like I'm holding his arms above my belly, like my belly buttons, and it's just like I'm just there and I'm holding his arms on top of my belly button. And he's just there, and I'm his head's right, like bro, I don't have to go down. Like this guy comes up, bro, he's huge. Like
You
52.
neutered him?
We had to. Well, John had to. He had no choice because he's a dangerous breed. It's okay, though. You're chilling, bro. You with us now. We saved him from a pound because the guy who owned him first couldn't own him because he did some bad things in his life. So like he can't have a dangerous dog. Oh, they forced him to give it to the pound, and they were like, bro, we're gonna take it. Fuck it. No, John said he's gonna take it. If John didn't like him, I was gonna have him. Kind of jealous, but at the same time, I get to see him every day. I just go up a couple floors. I can take him for a walk whenever I want. He chills with me all the time. I babysit him, but I didn't have the place to raise him at first. Plus, he would have had to stay with me in the construction. I wouldn't have been able to raise him. This guy's a fucking bro. You should see the yak. Bro, this guy goes through a yak in 3 days. This thing goes through a bone. You know those big ass fucking bones?
Yeah.
Bro, he goes through that. When we went to Spain, we would have to buy him a whole ham bone, bone. Like, but the thing was fucking huge, bro. And he would when we get back home, there'd be barely anything left. We would buzz, bro. We'd be like, what the
So I think
fuck, bro?
one thing I found out, if you leave them alone, right, they will finish it. But if you're with them, they won't finish it. They'll
Yeah,
just
because
savor
they
it.
keep their mind, bro. Bro. This guy protects us, like when we're walking, like when we go to eat, because we bring him with us to go eat sometimes, because certain places allow us to just hold the dog there. So we just bring him with us, man. Fuck him, he's part of the gang, bro. He's part of the fam. So yeah, man, you know what I mean. And then he checks like everywhere. Like when we're walking him, he just goes and checks to see if around the cars, like, is there anyone here? Like, to make sure. He's goon, bro. He's very smart too. I just can't figure out a way to make him go down. He gives me both paws. Like when I ask him, like, sit, he sits, and I say, pata. He gives me the paw, and I say, otra pata, and he gives me the other one. Like right away. Like I know he knows that's what he gets the treat, but it's just cool to know that like he does it right away. It's pretty cool. I just want him to go down now. I want him to lay down. John got him to go to bed. Like, go to bed. And he just goes to the bed.
So yeah, I found that go to bed easy to, like, whenever you cover them, or like if you're not crank training, you can like put that spot, like that special spot that they always have. You always give them a treat and stuff like that at that spot. You give them a
For the
treat,
food
toy
too,
at that spot,
you
and the
should,
food.
bro. Oh my god, bro. He did it in not long, man. He learned it not long. Stay, wait, and he waits, and then, bro, it was so cool the way he did it. John would like go from the house, and he would walk, go touch the wall, come back, and he would do it until he would do it, and then he got it in like 3 days. In 3 days, he does it, and but he salivates, bro. You're just poor guy, bro. You just see him there standing, and he just salivates, bro. You just see the water dripping.
What kind of
Dripping.
treats do you give, and how many calories?
I have no fucking clue. So they give me a bag, and they say no more than this, and I'm like, okay, because he also has John's girlfriend's like very, very, very mommy, and she's very like rules. So like when it comes to feeding, I don't really feed him. If it was up to me, but I'd feed this motherfucker pasta, steak, but give him everything. But they're feeding him like regularly, a certain amount, twice per day at a certain time. The treats, they have certain treats. They got certain treats for certain things at different times. No more than this. Okay, it's not my dog, bro. It's not my dog. I gotta respect the owners. I'm the godfather, but you know, that is what it is. I barely feed him anyways because he gets fed twice a day in the morning and at night. So he probably already ate before coming to my house. So I had to bring him food to his shit. He took 3 shits, so he definitely ate right before.
Yeah, no, with these dogs though, they definitely need a raw diet. So because I'm looking at him now, man, he looks well fed, but to
Who the
get
fuck
those
is this?
muscles popping, he needs to get some little raw in him.
Hold up, there's someone here. Hold up, give me a second. I have to mute this shit. Who the fuck is this? You ready, man? I think the only way we could have insurance, yeah, you can go on the balcony. I think the insurance would be smart with Circle USDC, directly with Circle, and with Pulse Chain, it's pretty cool to think about that possibility that they can technically issue insurance because they have admin keys on both sides, and it's the actual native contract, so it technically is the same thing. You know what I mean? What else have you been thinking about, Melody? Yeah, we have some good topics.
Well, speaking of insurance tokens, protocols, one of the first I ever heard of was called Alliance Block, all-time high around 80 cents. They're down 97% in the past 6 months, down to 0.001. something. Don't know much about them or what they've been up to, but they've been at it for a few years now. Something about insuring funds, basically insuring your investments somehow in crypto. They don't seem to be doing too well.
You don't see insurance companies doing well in crypto? After all the
Protocol.
fucking hacking that goes on.
Past
Oh,
6 months,
fuck.
they're down 97%.
Sheesh.
Here,
Sheesh. Talk about wreck. No?
they had a crash. Their last crash went from basically 10 cents to a penny in February. And now they're down sub penny. Alliance block. Insurance protocol for the internet. I'm not sure what they do. I forget, man. I think they were trying to insure
Insurance
funds.
protocol for the internet.
Not for the crypto peoples. They basically, I think, there was an attempt to insure like investment funds or pools, basically, so that there were losses, they were covered somehow, like the way Mello was talking about. Simply put, I've not really looked into them in like 2 or 3 years, so I just don't know what they've been up to. And Uniswap paired with Tether, and they're also paired. There's a pair with Ocean protocol. Not sure what that means. And a wrapped ETH pair. How'd you sleep last night, Famous?
Who cares?
Who cares?
Well,
Why?
I'm just asking. Like, who cares about how I slept last night? I don't understand what happened last night.
Well, it's a good thing you were sleeping then.
Fuck, I guess, eh?
There's too much going on, man. You have to get your sleep. It's important.
Yeah, for sure, man.
So, most important.
I just passed the fuck out, man. You're buzzing, man. After everything I do during the day, all the work I'm doing, man, it's impossible. I stay up. It's fucking impossible, man.
I wasn't implying you should have been awake or anything.
No, I should have been, though.
Well, you can't be everywhere at all the time, man.
Should be. No?
You can make them believe that.
Anyways. What does this went through, but it's to you guys. Huh?
What's that?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I was everywhere. I was everywhere in winter. Like I always am. But it's all right. I just do little moves. I just do other things. That's how I've been doing crypto for the last 3 years. It's been going good for me. The last 3 years. You'll realize the patterns.
Take cycles. You have to go through like the big cycles a couple of times, man. I think.
No, you don't have to. You just do. Because that's experience. Right.
Yeah.
If you're in it, you can't get away from it. You just sometimes don't have to tell people what you're doing. You just do it. And you're not diamond hands if yourself, so hate to break it to you.
If what? Not diamond hands. If what?
You're not a diamond hander if you sell. That's what I've realized from experience.
Well, that's what that means. You're not a diamond hander if you sell.
100%. You can be. But you just can't be.
From my personal experience, not selling is not profitable. But then again, depends on your time frame.
But that's it. So that means diamond handing has not been profitable for you.
It depends on the time frame, though.
Not with that comment, it doesn't.
No, up until this time period. But what if
But
my
that's still not diamond
what if my
handing.
scope is longer than today? Like I'm still patient enough to say I'm not expecting
Then you're diamond handing.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like
Trading is not diamond handing.
no, exactly.
No, absolutely not.
Famous.
Yes.
What you gonna do tomorrow night?
There's another fight.
I'm asking what you gonna do tomorrow night.
No clue, man. You fam?
Huh?
What you doing, fam?
Tomorrow is one of the best UFC fights.
Sheesh. I knew it.
Best. Check the main card. Check the fucking main card. Adesanya third fight against Alex.
So fourth fight.
Huh?
So it's fourth
No, it's
fight
the third
against him.
one. It's the third one.
It's
First one,
fourth
he
fight.
lost it before coming to UFC. Second one, he lost it in UFC. Now it's the third one.
I know
Gilbert
he lost
Burns,
twice to the guy.
yeah, and now it's the third one.
The fourth, man.
What is the third one then?
Well, the third one is the first one when he got knocked out twice by this guy.
Yes,
He got KO'd twice.
yes. Tomorrow night is the third time they are fighting against each
The
other.
fourth.
Where is the third then?
He did two. He fought him twice in the UFC and twice in kickboxing.
No, once in kickboxing, once in UFC.
No, man, it's not his first. That wasn't his first fight, man.
Okay, check
That
it
was
later.
that was.
The-
Bro, I'm 100%
Gil-
sure that was a rematch.
no. Gilbert Burns is fighting against Yuri Masvidal. Then there are so many good fights at the main card. I haven't checked the preliminary cards, but the main card is awesome. And it starts tomorrow at 7 p.m. I think it is Eastern, but you check the time.
No, you checked the time.
I mean, for yourself. You want me to DM you before the start?
No, I'm just joking with you. But you're gonna DM me anyway, so yeah, just do it.
Yeah.
I know
But
you're rich, man. You remind me every time, man. It's perfect. Sometimes I just go watch, sometimes I don't.
you
Honestly,
don't see the love?
bro, fucking. I don't know. The guy who beat fucking Adesanya is insane. He really fought very well.
Yeah,
Doesn't-
but there was something else. If you check if
Yeah,
you
the fight.
watch,
He was losing the whole fight, and it's just. But that's what happens, bro. You good chin, bro. You get to knock the fuck out, bro.
he was about to lose. Alex was about to lose. The time was
Twice
up.
in the fight.
The
Twice in
time
that
was
fight.
up.
Twice.
He was yeah. I think it was the third round, dude. That last punch before they ring the bell. Damn. If he had 20 more seconds, Adesanya would have won the fight.
That's that's just the way it is. Oh, what a rich ass extension. I took the wire from the plate.
What did you say? Amos, you there?
Yeah, always.
Do you have a link to live sports streaming sites without the commercials?
No.
I've recently used an app. It's actually blocking all those pop-up commercials, which is kind of good. If you're interested, DM me. I will send you a screenshot of the app so you can download it, and then there you just add any link that you have. It blocks all those pop-up commercials.
For what? For browsing website
No, for watching sports live.
on your phone?
Yes, on your phone, on your mobile. I think the app is works on your phone, but not on your TV.
It's
I checked it
it's
on.
for iPhone.
I have iPhone, so I don't know if the app is available for Android users also.
No, because what I'm asking, for example, on Android, I'm using the Brave browser, and that one has ads blocking, and also for YouTube, it basically has the premium features. You don't have commercials in videos. You can activate background playback. You can turn off the screen and still listen. Basically, the same stuff you'll have if you pay YouTube Premium.
But the good thing about this app is that if you have a Chromecast, you can actually watch it on TV as well, linking to your mobile.
Mm-hmm.
It's called TV Cast, TVCAST. There's a space between TV and cast, and it has a blue kind of icon. The app doesn't have any links. You're adding the links for yourself. So I'm watching the latest movies all free, and then I sometimes, not sometimes, yeah, seldom connect it to the TV if I want to watch it on TV, but usually I'm watching it on my mobile. The host is having connection issues.
Famous, you connected?
I don't know who had the Pulse Chain live, but I'm running it now. So, I'm still running it because it had a fuck up, but it's good. We're good. May I remind everyone, Mello, also you too. From now we got maybe 5 days. I would say I would say 4 days to be certain and to be very sure and to be very careful. You got 4 days, guys, to compound your shit. You got 4 days to go ahead and create certain things. Like if you're gonna spend gas eventually in the next month because you're already available and you've been debating on doing things, I think you should do it right now. Set limit or like yeah, exchange certain things. Think about certain limit orders. Like yeah, I should place all that shit now. Should do everything now. Compound your Hycosa or your Hedron. Also, there's going to be in 14 days, I think, some crazy ass days. So in the meantime, until then, a lot of people don't realize it, but it's done this 3 times where when there's a massive amount that comes out, like a week, 2 weeks before, there's a bunch of little stakes that just slither through. They just slither right through. So yeah, we could go actually calculate how much t-shirts are coming out in the next like 3 days, just for the fun of it. I'm actually down. Holy fuck, let's do it. Okay, give me a second. Let's go on Hedron. Let's go on available stakes page. You guys realize also there's only 2,800 stakes available on auction. So like no one's getting rid of the agents, everyone's keeping them. Oh my god, this is crazy. Okay, we're gonna start this, guys. Are you guys ready? We're gonna be doing some crazy mathematics right now. I'm gonna do some calculations. Whew. Let's get the calculator up. This is gonna be fun. Yeah, pretty much.
Yo, did you see Snoop Dogg in WrestleMania? Motherfucker was wearing a golden ledger wallet chain.
Yeah. Bro, he has all kinds of cash. And it's all his son doing it.
So famous, I was thinking next Monday, if I'm on that stream on Monday, I was thinking about how it'd be cool to talk about what people are going to be thinking about towards the top of the bull market this time around. And I think it's going to be, the conversation's going to be, should I sell and try to buy back in the bear, or do I continue to keep staking my ecosystem coins like ICOSA, Hedron, Fiat, Famous?
Oof.
You know what I mean? I think that's going to be the new conversation at, during the bull market. What should we do? Should we sell them at a high, or should we continue to earn yield? What's going to pay better? Yada yada. I just figured it'd be a discussion point for Monday.
Yeah, we could discuss it now, but oof. It's pretty prediction, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like going into that mode, but if you're down to do that, like, we could talk about it. But I think the best thing to do by far, and it always has been, is just hold and just get more the easiest ways possible, right?
Oh yeah, I agree 100%.
So,
I'm a net buyer, but I'm talking about. I think people are going to be discussing. I think that's going to be a big discussion between like Twitter Spaces and, you know what I mean. I think it's going to be a conversation that's going at that time. That's what I meant. Trying to predict the future. What are people going to be talking about?
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Famous, can you check your DM?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
I said, can you check your DM? I DM'd you about my project.
Okay. You wanna
No, I was gonna say after I send it to you and you review it and you can check it and stuff. Is it good? And if it's good and legit, which it is, and it produces a lot of yield, it's in a good space. There's no token, just the NFT. And I was gonna say, do you think I could come and speak?
and okay, I'll be honest with you. In this space, I would let you, but you're gonna get roasted.
Yeah,
Like
I
you're
don't care about the getting
100%. But what
roasted
I
or
would do
nothing.
if it's serious, I would go ahead and follow Pulse Chain Media. You know, Funding Jim and his Pulse Chain Media account, and follow for and wait for
No.
one of their spaces, and you would be able to pop up and say, hey, I'm developing on Pulse Chain, or I'm doing a project, and this is what it is, and thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, what's the name? I'm typing
Pulse
it in
Chain
right now.
Media.
Yep. Thank you.
My pleasure, bro. Unfortunately, I don't like shilling anything in here unless it has a certain, like, unless you have code or if you're on testnet. If you realize, I don't really shill Power City because I don't have anything to go with. But now there is stuff, but I have to get into it. If you notice, I haven't really shill Famous or Fiat neither, but they're on testnet, so I only preach whatever it is. I only preach things that are actually like available, just for measures of security and just measures of like how I portray my education of this field. But yeah, man, kudos to you for coming up, and
Yeah, the kind of gave me the
I
idea,
kind of don't want the
not even
responsibility
speaking.
to be the one that vouches for the the credibility, so on and so forth. I'm sorry if it.
No,
It's more for a
that's fine.
decision that I make, so
I was
like that I don't. I don't have to worry about anything because I'm very busy during the day and I'm not here also on the regular like I usually am. So like I really have a lot of stuff on my mind. I come in whenever I can. I'm
Yeah,
sorry I can't help you more, but
yeah. No, I understand, bro. I was gonna say that the thing is, like, where I come from is not a lot of innovation. So when Richard Hart was able to basically do things and the way that he's made things, I believe that that is kind of the way that the world should basically do crypto. And for example, of like the sacking phase, I believe that like the sacking phase can be started to be used for mints instead of us going to a website or stuff like that, and then it's just going to allow a lot of things to flow more easier in the space. And then it also like his projects, they stop a lot of scams and stuff like that. So when I saw that, that's really what made me want to kind of build the NFTs. So it's like the NFTs I have is just to bring more value to the Hex community.
I understand. Dude, congratulations first of all, because you must be very excited for doing something. The next thing is that I don't like stable coins. I don't like DAOs, and I don't really go on the NFTs anymore. Strictly because I'm here to teach people the fundamentals of crypto. But like I said, there's post chain media that allows you. There's another space. Fuck, what's the other space that allows shilling? There's the shill tank with B roots. That would be a good one, to be honest with you. Um, but the post chain media one is a very good one to get up and get some serious exicans, pulsicans who are interested in hearing about what other people have to do, and you might get a very good chance. I know funding gym allows people to go up, so yeah, man. Are you following funding gym
Yeah,
also?
I'm definitely going to check out the spaces and go up and
Yeah, for
speak
sure, man.
because, like you said, I am very very serious about this project because this project, I believe that the only thing in my eyes, like the Hex community is kind of missing is the NFTs, like that bring that eye, like oh, because at the end of the day, people want value. So it's like it's like we're kind of missing the NFTs that have value. I'm not saying in general. I'm saying because we do have NFTs like the HSI stake NFTs and stuff. But I'm saying like value where normal the average Joe could just buy the NFT, right? And then after they buy the NFT, they just hold in their wallet. And once they just hold in their wallet, it's like they're kind of staking, and it's kind of just for those people that don't have the knowledge basis and they still want to be a part of the project, but they kind of don't know how, or they don't have the time to focus on certain things like this because they have real life issues. So that's kind of the viewpoint, the community I'm kind of looking for, and I think that will bring more people into the NFT space because it kind of makes a lot of things easier on their end, and then for them to just hold something with value and it's going to keep going up 100% uptime. Uh, and then also to add on the community tokens that are getting added. So it's like I'm just so excited, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, man. I wish you the best of luck with that, man. I hope you got it on point, bro, because it's a big move you're gonna be making to do that. It's a big move, man. Everything I haven't decided to do anything because it's a big move, a big step. You have to be confident. You have to be sure in what you're creating. You could fail. There's a high percentage that we usually will fail at first. But kudos to you for trying, bro. I've never tried, so you have definitely more balls than me when it comes to that, dude. I'll be honest with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it took me time.
I don't know if anyone else wants to ask him, but you know, you could tell us what it is, but like, I'm not NFTs. They shake my head a bit.
It's a Hex lifetime stake NFT.
So what does it do?
So the first part would be the minting phase. So the minting phase would be it's the sacrifice of your hex. So you have 5 different sets of hex, and basically, well, 5 different sets of the pools of the sets in total. So the first set will be 808 NFTs in total at 5 hex. So you only need 5 hex to get the NFT, and it basically once you sack once all the sets are sold out, all the NFTs will be airdropped at the same exact time, different sets. So if I don't even have it as my profile picture. Tomorrow when I come in, I'm going to have everything ready because the Discord. I'm gonna have everything ready for you guys. But basically, the sets are basically is it NFT where the hex stakes are basically airdropped over time. I could break it down simply like that. So on top of the hex stakes, it's going to be the community tokens as well. It's a pool, and kind of we're going to it's kind of to promote delayed gratification. So a lot of people will probably look at this and say, well, that's a waste of money because I'm only getting 5 hex. Okay, so you're only going to get 5 hex. But if you do 5, right, and remember I was saying that I have a total of 888. So you do 808. My bad, not 888, 808. 808 at 5 hex is 44,000 hex. So that 44,000 hex would be basically divided into 15 years. So during those 15 years, every year, the yield that the stakes make 50, it's all in the contract. So everything will be made and stuff. And this is why we're basically like kind of doing it where all the sets have to sell out is because it's kind of easier on our end. That once all the sets sell out, we just launch everything at the same time. Everything will start working at the same time. That way, that the airdrops are kind of around the same time as well for the NFTs, because we don't want to have set 1 airdropping January, set 5 airdropping December. We want everything kind of consistent. So once we do that, eventually we're going to have the yield, right? So that yield that the stakes make, 50% of that yield, the total yield, the yield only. Because, and the reason why I'm saying the yield is because we must keep the stakes going. So the principal will always stay the principal. 50% of the yield goes back into the principal, and 50% of the yield goes back to the airdrops. So the airdrops are going to be the NFT holders. Along with that 50% yield for the airdrops, the community as a whole can either vote, or it depends on really how the community wants to act with this. So if they want the community tokens like Hedron, Iacosa, Communist, if they want those to basically go to the point where they want that into Hex, or they want those tokens in general, that's how it will work. So either they will get airdropped the Icosa, Hedron, Communist tokens, or you can choose as a community, and it will be able to keep track of the vote because of Discord. Discord makes the voting system a little more easier than a DAO, and it's for everybody to see. Or and basically you can go and airdrop everything every year. So then eventually the stakes will end up compounding, right? Because then you'll have the first year that stakes and restakes every single year that stake comes up. It always stakes only back for the 1 year because that's the 1 year stake. So then the second year stake will only stake for the second year stake. The third year stake will stake for the third year stake only. So basically, when you keep doing that over and over again, you have a compounding effect. So eventually, to the point where the first year stake will have a compounding effect with the second year stake. The second year stake will have a compounding effect with the fourth year stake, meaning that those years you'll get airdrop more. So that's kind of why I say the NFT is going to rise in value with 100% uptime, right with the Hex token. And everything is done.
So how much does it cost to send out the airdrop every year? Will the contract pay for that, or will the yield pay for that, or will the people that have the NFTs have to pay for it?
No one will have to pay for that because that all that will come from the developer wallet. The developer wallet will literally only take 0.5%, and then after that 0.5% is took, that all that 0.5% will be put into pause. The pause will be basically used as the gas for everything. So
Oh, so this is for Pulse Chain. Okay, gotcha. I'm
yeah,
trying to figure
yeah,
out how that was going to work.
yeah,
I got you.
because we were thinking about launching on Ethereum, but then Ethereum was the gas fees are kind of too high. It did not make sense to send 50 cent using $10. So we saw that Pulse Chain had way cheaper fees. So that's why we're choosing to only really use that chain for right now. And if Ethereum can somehow get their act together, hopefully, then we would go over to the other chain.
You know, I'm done, man. I'm on the third page, bro. I just did three. I've added, bro. There's like 100 T shares in like the first 3 pages. So like, anyways, man, like there's a shitload of T shares up for auction, man.
When do
They're
they start?
available right now, man. I'm just fed up, man. Holy fuck!
Oh,
I'm
really?
gonna have to do 2,000.
Well, no, I meant they don't start for like
No, no,
4 hours,
no.
right?
Right now, if you go on top, there's
Yeah, and
available now. There's okay. Let's check how many pages are available now.
yeah, and
You
the
mean
thing that
to start?
does, my bad. The thing that this allows to do is that the stakes will keep continuing in the background, and people may trade the NFTs as the value of the stake, making the HFTs one of the most valuable NFTs in the whole entire crypto ecosystem.
That
So here's
that's
something
you.
that I so Hill. I was just going to bring this up for you.
Sorry,
So
Humble.
you ever have you ever heard of somebody saying like like say Aave, right? It's very popular, it's well used right now. But something was created that was like Aave, 2 or 3 years prior to that, but it failed because the need for it wasn't really there yet. And so like with Pulse Chain, like what I would just, I mean, I don't understand everything about. I kind of get what you're doing, but if it was me, I'd be like, oh, well, what am I doing here? I'm creating this now when there's really less of a buzz. And like I'd be asking myself, do I want to wait until more people are using Pulse Chain instead of like opening up 2 months after Pulse Chain during a bear market when hardly anybody is doing it, right? But then again, you have sounds like you have only a certain amount of NFTs as well. So just a thought, yeah. I mean, I guess. Yeah. Go ahead, Josh. Sorry, I was just kind of trying to put into words my thoughts. But I don't have it
Well, yeah,
there
man.
yet.
The
No, there's
first
a lot.
set
There's
is
a lot there. I
five
just wanted
hex.
to. I'll go ahead, Hills.
The second set is 55 hex. The third set is 555 hex. The fourth set is 5,555 hex. And the fifth set is 55,555 hex. And each set is going to basically be more deflationary than the other. So the 55,000 hex set basically has around 1,000 less NFTs than the 5,555 hex set.
Those are very hex centric numbers, man. A lot of fives. That sounds really attractive in terms of a pitch, so to speak. I just a couple of questions, man. You sound very humble. You're trying to put this together. Uh, So you have this like white paper of some kind, so people can like look and read and see these tokenomics. And you said you had a
Yes,
Discord.
everything is done.
Nice, nice, nice. And then you're getting the Discord together, which is a lot of work. I understand. It's like no rush. I'm not saying is it done, and you can say no, it's not done yet. We're still working on it. Like that's like you don't have to, but I'm saying that's
Yes, we're
encouraged.
still
That
working on the Discord. The
yeah,
Discord
man.
will be at most finished at max finished by Monday.
Yeah, you don't
Tomorrow
even
it
have.
should be finished.
No, that sounds really encouraging. Like you don't even like give a deadline because that's just personal pressure. Just get it done when it's done, bro. Because you don't want to have anyway. Like promises aside, like it sounds close. It sounds like you guys are working hard. Um, do you have like a I don't know, like the NFT thing and the Discord and it's kind of like a community based kind of thing, like the NFTs in general. Do you have like a community in mind that you that you're like working with already or like are in or like want to reach out to in particular? Or you just like already is that like kind of a part of like, your life with this project or you just throwing it out there in general? Because it's really
No, I've
cool
been
in many
working
ways.
on this stuff for a long time.
And then because I could see it's like very redundant, like Famous is trying to say like, okay, like what you're making is already there and it's already, so it's like a lot of people might not be interested and they might give you a lot of grief and say like, why do this when I could just do this? That's already there. But that's really not your concern in a way. The naysayers, you're looking for people that would be inspired or maybe people that don't even know about Hex yet. Maybe you can bring them in, through this project and that would be a great thing regardless. So no, I really just came up to ask a question, not to grill you at all, because it sounds really like you sound very enthused, and that's like addictive, man. I mean, you can pass that on very easily. Um, so I wish you luck. You can always come up and talk and ask questions. Um, you might get hammered up here though, so just beware. Well, people are going to ask you a lot of hard questions. So yeah, man, good luck, and that's about it, man. Seriously, just consider the reaction you might get. So um, don't worry so much about it if you're serious about your project, man. Just try and keep building. And like Famous said, reach out to Funding Jim and the and his new channel. I think it's what is it? The what is it? I forget. I forget what he calls his new YouTube and Twitter spaces, but he's really trying to promote like a lot of different projects. So that'll be a really
Like
good
Pulse
place to reach
Media,
out. Yeah, Pulse
Pulse Chain
Chain
Media.
Media. Pulse Chain Media. Exactly. Funding Jim. So good luck, man. Good luck.
So Hilt, what is your target? So like like with everything, you need to bring value, right? And you were talking about value versus NFTs and affordability. Affordability, it sounded like. So, who are you targeting? Who's going to be like the person that uses this in the cryptocurrency community, or that sees value in it, and what kind of value does it bring to them? Like if you just generalize, it's not, you don't have to explain anything, but like just like a 30-second, like, this is the type of people I think I'm aiming for, and this is what the value that they're going to get from it, or why they're going to like this product.
The community I'm looking for is kind of like the degen traders, as long as well. I mean, as the people who just are in love with Hex, love the ecosystem, because this thing will never ever stop. It's going to keep going. It's going to stay. It's going to basically mine Hex for life. It's going to airdrop Hex for life, along with the community tokens as well. So that's why the value part, I'm not really afraid of the value part, because as long as Hex is always doing 100% uptime, the NFT value will always rise as well, because the NFTs are basically their value. The NFT is basically your certificate to a piece of the pool in a way. That's how you can think about it. And it's basically also there to help people that don't know how to stake and don't want to do it, because at the end of the day, we have lazy people who don't want to learn new things. So we have to make a way for them. So
Cool.
yeah, like the regular person can go on the exchange on a centralized exchange, buy X. I'm saying the average Joe who doesn't know much, and then swap it probably to a DeFi wallet like Coinbase wallet or Crypto.com DeFi wallet. That's how they are already trading, and they just want the NFT. They don't really want to deal with a lot of headaches. This will still allow them access into the ecosystem to kind of stake and get some reward for it.
So are they going to be able to pick the kind of NFT they want attached to their 5x or 55x or whatever? Are they going to have a choice? Is it
No,
something that they can?
the NFTs are fully finished. Everything is done. It would be basically like a ERC 1155. So it'll be multiple of one NFT, and as long as you hold that NFT, and these NFT sets will be separated. So gold, like the yellowish gold NFT, will be the top. The blue one is at the tier one. So 5 hex will get you a blue NFT. 5,000 5,000, 55,555 hex will get you a gold NFT. 5,555 hex will get you a purple NFT. And they all look the same. The background is different. The goal of this is because we know that our goal is not really to make the best artwork NFTs, even though these are some good artwork. We want to make the value of the NFT the main focus of this whole thing. Like even when you go and you read the white paper, in the white paper we have a simplified version of hex. Like everything we do is to bring the person back into hex. Even from the name. So that's why, like, even if you see these going up on the marketplace, you think of hex right away because it's a hex lifetime stake NFT.
So it helps. I just had another idea. Like you're trying to push into the the NFT marketplace and stuff, and you know how people are creators are creating NFTs, and some are worth money, some are not. They lose value. It sounds like you're trying to keep NFTs with value. Like your contract could actually be a base to say somebody like say if I wanted to create a mint, right? I wanted to mint 100 NFTs, but to start with, I wanted to make sure, no matter what, that the total value of those 100 are a certain point. So let's just say like I created a contract that says that they can mint their 100 NFTs and they'll automatically have a value according to what you're talking about by they put in the pulse, let's say, to pay for it, right? So they pay $10,000, right? So let's say $11,000 to pay let's just say 10,000, like $5, because the $5 will mint their 100 NFTs. But the cool thing is that the contract will make it to where those are tied to the $10,000 that gets immediately switched over to Hex and then staked. Now that stake has value split that can be tied to those 100 NFTs that somebody mints. So not only will they have the value of like their art, the art part of it, but they'll actually have a financial value as well. So you can create and I want to bring this up to you because you kind of created this with what you're doing. And so you can offer this as a contract to mentors that want to start off with value, because at some point Hex is going to be well known and well used, and everything's going to be building upon it like it already is. But if you already have a contract that's kind of close to this, you can provide it and I just like it would blow my mind to be like, wow, I can create my artwork and it will automatically have a base value when I sell it. So I'm going to take that $10,000, divide it by 100. Each one's worth $100 automatically, and then I can add my value to it. So people will actually be buying value, you know. So just an idea. I mean, it sounds like it's close to what you're already doing, and it might be something that you can actually offer as well, above and beyond, to mentors. So I just thought I'd throw it out for you.
Yeah, we're doing something similar. So, like, all right, to give you an example, we will, like, our goal is to stop the flow of not literally a website, but to make it more into, like, where it's just Web3 oriented, right? So, the first thing we do is the supply. We don't want to be on the marketplace because we are just the OA address. So, we just want the supply to be on Twitter and the Discord. And then also on the blockchain as well. When everything is finally finished, everything will be uploaded. The NFTs will be uploaded and minted in the OA addresses that the people are stacking to. Once those are minted and basically everything is finished in Airdrop, talking about the NFTs, because after the sack phase for all the wallets have ended, meaning when they have sold out, that's when the NFTs will be made and airdropped at the same time. So once all that happens, then after that, then after the NFTs airdrop, there will be a secret surprise that we are not telling no one about because there's going to be a large utility basis with that thing. So we kind of don't want to spill the beans on it just yet. And then the other thing that we're going to do is that the way that we basically did the NFTs, it's a based thing. So the color of the NFT set that you have is basically the representation of your tier in the HLT ecosystem. So when you sack for 5, like say if they want to sack 5 PX and they get their NFT back, okay. Once every set sells out, all the stakes start. It's 15 years that is going to be the max. We know why it's the max. So we're going to do every single year from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way up to 15. Once we do that with every set, right? You know that there is the websites where you could just go and copy an address and put it into the website, and it shows you the stake, and you also may look at them. So that's what the NFT holders will be able to look at their stakes on those websites where you're able to visually see them. Then also after that, the airdrops will start coming through. So the first year will kind of be iffy for people, obviously. So that's why I was telling Famous earlier, like I'm expecting some backlash. Like, oh, it's not no value. I'm expecting backlash like that. So the thing that I'm just focused on is making the product work, because I know that once the product is working and it does what it do, it won't be no backlash at the end of the day. So I'm not worried about that because the product is real. I'm not up here selling a scam or none of that. I'm telling you a real product. I put my all into. I worked on it. I'm going to make sure it works. I would be damning my damn self if I do a scam project. So
Well,
that's
it does work. Just so you know, I other than like the contract and how well it comes out and everything, that's to see. But we know it works because we've got Maximus, we've got pool parties, we've got Staker House. These may not be NFTs, but they're tokens. So it's the same type of
yes, and
deal that you're
actually,
talking
to
about.
be
So,
honest, that's where I got the idea from. Because I'm like, okay, I see all these tokens. That's what I was saying earlier. The only thing, right, I kind of don't see in this Hex ecosystem as a whole, the Pulse ecosystem, is like it's NFTs of value by itself, like with no, kind of not tied to any Hex stick. What I mean by not tied, like you don't have to lose your Hex stick to own the NFT. So like these NFTs are basically a way to own a piece of a hex stake no matter what. And that's why it kind of just makes it a little bit more easier for the average people. So it's kind of really made for the adoption rate curve and stuff like that. That's really what these NFTs are made for. And I believe that the more that these NFTs go up, the more value is going to bring to Hex. Because if Hex has the best NFTs and the most valuable NFTs in the marketplace, what is that going to do to ICE? What is that going to do to people? They're going to want the token because the NFTs are going to be sold out. I'm making this known. There is no more NFTs after this. That's why it's called Hex Lifetime Stakes. It's just this one set. That's why the sack is that way. Everything is that way. This is only one time. Once all the sets sell out and the stakes start and the airdrops start beginning, is no more. So that's why I'm pumped about this. I know it's going to do well. I have 55 hex. I did every tier to basically match the community as a whole so that no matter where you are, you may get in. Even for new people.
No, that's awesome. Like it's another choice for people. No, I get it.
Yeah.
But
That's really where it comes from. Just another choice from people to kind of keep it simple.
sounds like I need to take my idea and run with myself. I don't think you understood what I was talking about, but it's all right.
Now I get what you're saying too, but it's I got to make sure that this comes out and works properly and does well. But I believe that all of us have a role to play, so that might be your role.
Yeah, I just know that people want things streamlined. And instead of somebody going out and doing a mint, you can offer them a way to say, you know what, you want a baseline amount. You can even set it up to where somebody they get airdropped at the end of the the when it's done, the stake's done, and you can actually set it for a year out, 2 years, 3 years, 15 years. I think it'd be kind of a real niche type of thing. I think a lot of people end up using it because you can use it more than just hex. You can use it on other things that are time delayed, right? So
Yeah, the problem with Ethereum that I was saying though that you kind of run into is the small amount. So, as say if you're trying like,
well, I wouldn't do on Ethereum because I think everybody's going to be going to PulseChain anyways, or other chains to mint their NFTs. Because why would they want to pay 50 grand to mint when they can do it for $10? Different
yep.
chain. You know what I mean?
And basically, to give you an idea as well, the goal of this thing is to like say if Hex, just say Hex goes to $100. Well, you guys only put in 5 Hex. You're going to get that back and plus more. So that's kind of the goal of this thing every single year for 15 plus years for life. So that's kind of where I came with it with mine. But I believe that the humbled D, I believe that is a niche needed. So I could work on my project and you could work on yours, and then eventually everything that all of us are working on will come together and kind of work and help the ecosystem as a whole. Because I'm kind of be honest, I'm like is putting all my work to make sure this thing works properly from A to Z. because I'm trying to make it where there's no middlemen, no nothing. Everything is just properly working. So that's why I really can't wait. And the sack phase is going to be super quick. And I believe that that's kind of new way that we could start doing the pulse chain. So instead of us calling it minting, it's a sack phase. So instead of ICO, sack phase. And I see that already happening kind of in the system. So I think that's kind of where the system is going. A lot of things that Richard Hart has done is going to be amazing for the system. For anybody interested, it will be done by Monday for sure.
So I'm assuming that it isn't until Pulse Chain opens where the minting phase happens. Is that right?
Yes. Until Pulse Chain opens, that's when the sacrifice phase will happen. Until then, we are just going to build up the Discord and build community members. That way, that when Pulse Chain does launch, we have some motion kind of going. Because in total, there's basically around like 23,000 NFTs. So once all of them sell out, it's go time. It's never going to stop. Like, I'm serious. The moment that day that all these NFTs sell out, it will make headlines. It will be on top of the NFT marketplaces just because it's another way to access Hex. So that's the kind of thing that I think if anybody is building like on Parts Chain, if you can find a way to kind of access Hex and get your members access to it, because this is a one-time paid thing. There is no, you put no money back into this, you invest, none of that. You'll hold you mint this, you mint the NFT by sacking. Once the sacks is over, airdrop. You don't have to do anything ever again. You can die, there's still going to be Hex going into your wallet. And my white paper is so simple that I have it on a kindergartner level.
Maybe you can onboard Tony with it.
Hopefully, who's Tony, by the way?
No, I mean, maybe you can onboard with it, man. Like people that are not aware yet of this ecosystem and don't understand it, or maybe you can bring them in a way that's not the traditional pitch. You know, they might not be attracted to that for some reason, whatever reason. So
That's actually the idea the NFTs kind of came from. Is kind of like what you're saying. I figured out that some people don't want to go and actually buy a hardware wallet and learn it, but they will buy an NFT. It kind of didn't make sense to me, right? But then I had to wake up one day, right? I had to say, well, it doesn't have to make sense to me. It just has to make sense to them at least. As long as we can get them in the ecosystem any type of way, then that is the best way. As long as it is safe, it's secured, and nobody has to have any worry, and people still have their value, then that is the way to go. So then I started thinking. I didn't see the NFTs. I saw the Max's DAO. I saw the things like that, but not really much NFTs. So I said, well, what if a person just bought the NFT, right? and they own Hex. They basically they mine Hex. The NFT is a miner of Hex. That's simple.
Mellow.
So now instead of the person having to go and buy the hardware wallet, stake, and learn how everything works, all they have to do is buy the NFT. They're mining Hex.
Mellow. What's your name? I forget your name, but I know you. Hey, LHTS. What's your name? I know you for since the sacrifice period.
Yeah, I used to be around a long time ago. Uh I got into Papa Bono a long time ago. Papa Bono probably doesn't remember me,
Yeah,
but
but what name you were using before?
yeah, I didn't have no name I was using before.
Yes, you did. You had an ID. What was your Telegram ID? We talked many times before.
My Telegram ID?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think so.
we definitely spoke before. I'm Adrian.
I'm not sure. We maybe have spoke before.
Anyway, uh, I wasn't paying attention, but I've heard you want to build a NFT marketplace or something. Yes?
No, I just want to. I've already built everything. Everything is done. I'm just kind of waiting on PulseChain, but I built the NFT where Hex. You're mining Hex by buying the NFT, but it's not a limited amount of NFTs. It's only around 23,000. So once the
So what you have built, like a website or just a smart contract? What exactly you got interrupted while speaking?
yes, the contracts are fully finished. They're audited, and they're actually we're working with a company to do it, to audit it. And the other thing is the Discord we're building. We don't want the website because we're not trying to become big. We want people to read the white paper. We will have the white paper, a Twitter, uh, a Discord, and that will be kind of the main ways to find us. And we will have the white paper. The white paper is the main thing. The same way that Satoshi Nakamoto had wrote the Bitcoin white paper in kind of simple terms where everybody can understand. That's how kind of we did it. And also we kind of explained what hex is, why hex is important, what it did, and stuff, how it works. So the kindergartner level, we used how to pause. We referenced how to pause a little bit through the white paper.
So, are you a developer?
Uh, I'm not the developer. I work with the developers.
Uh-huh. Because what I want to get at is, are you not afraid that that contract will get hacked? I mean, if you haven't invested bounty hunters to check it out, not just to get an audition from a company,
No, no,
real
no.
bounty hunters to check it
Yeah,
out.
the company we are working with, they actually work with Opel and Zeppelin to make their own contracts. So that's kind of the rough.
Everyone uses Open Zeppelin makes no contract.
Yeah, but that's what they use, and I'm saying that they use it at the simplest terms. So like they don't code to spaghetti code is what they call it. They code kind of simple so that it's not much wrong because the less code, the better.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think anyone in the community will want to build a project for himself. But most of us are thinking also other responsibilities in doing so.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not just
it's really
you're putting a contract out there and you hope for the best because people are putting real money into it. And you, Melo, you don't have enough experience to do this.
yeah,
I
but
hope your developers have.
this is the thing. This
That's
is
not
the
mellow.
thing. We are we are building it to basically just bring a awareness. So there is no there'll be no way to basically hack the contract. That's what I was saying, that we are working with the company. The company that is building everything and doing everything will basically also have security over the hardware, wallets, and everything like that. Because
So it's
so
centralized.
I'm saying of the O8 addresses, because the O8, because once the money, because you're basically saying that what happens if hacks or anything like that happen. So I'm explaining you the hacks that could happen from A to Z, from the beginning processes to the end. So the first hack that might be able to happen, right, is once the people sack.
So you're becoming a security.
No, 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 no.
Yeah, you are. It's not about no, 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 no. It's that you realize you will become a security because people will assume that you're making money for them.
No, because it tells you in the white paper and in the Discord. In order for you to make, they will have to sign off on a document.
Whoa, that sounds awful, bro.
It's not really awful. It's on Discord,
I
so
know,
it's not
but
really that awful.
that's awful, man. Because like your document that you're making them sign, in which jurisdiction is it valid in?
It's in the United States.
Okay, and what about me in Portugal? If I signed that, man, I don't give a shit. I'm not in the United States.
Yeah, but the goal. This is what I'm saying. The
I
goal.
don't think you know what you're saying, man.
Yeah, I do. The goal of this is to kind of get people into it. So in
What?
America, right?
What does that
Like
mean? Into it?
I'm talking about in hex. Hex. I keep saying everything I'm doing is to bring more basically viewership
Yeah,
to
yeah,
hex.
yeah. But no,
That's the main goal.
what you're really
So
doing is
so
taking money and then you're gonna do stuff with it.
I'm not doing anything with it because I'm
Okay, well,
airdropping it.
sorry. The OA wallet that is with this company.
No, I'm not doing. I'm literally telling you,
I
nobody's
know, but
doing
I'm
anything with
telling
the
you
money. It's
how
airdropping.
what you're saying. You're saying that there's a company that has an OA wallet, right?
No,
Yeah, you said you're
yeah, yeah,
working with.
that
Yeah, yeah. Yes,
secures it,
okay,
but they
doesn't
do
matter.
not operate
Secure, it
it.
sucks it, it licks it, it
They
shits
don't
on it. It
operate it.
doesn't matter. What it does is it's holding money. What money? The money given to them from people. You know what that is?
It's not going to hold the money. There's going to be no money in the wallet because it's going
Man,
to be staked and airdropping.
I don't
There's
think.
no money
Are
for
you
the dev.
American?
Yes, I'm in America right now.
Okay, have you spoken to a
The
legal
goal,
guidance? Or you just took word of the company?
yes, I have everything for American regulation. I'm telling
I
you
know,
why I
but
even did it the way I did.
have you spoke with your lawyer to verify this credential of like this what they're doing, like the liabilities? Like, have you checked it, or you just took
Yes,
people's
yeah,
words?
there's
The company has this
no, I'm telling you everything is fine. I haven't this is a lot of this is not easy. To make a contract with it airdrops and everything and make it work, it is not easy. Everything is hard work. So I'm
Well,
saying
if you
like
didn't
the
develop
first
it,
step.
then it's pretty easy. You just have to pay for it.
Yeah, I mean definitely to pay for it, but that's not the route that we want. We actually are learning. We are doing it as we go. So
That
the
doesn't
thing
sound that doesn't sound professional at all, man.
I'm saying, me, the same way that Richard Hart says that he learns things from the devs.
Okay,
That's
so
the
who are
same
these
way that I
people?
learn things.
Who are these people that's making the
What are these
contracts?
people?
What do
The
they have?
people, the people,
Do they have an open source
bro.
repository?
This yes,
Okay, can we
stuff
have
is
it?
audited.
It doesn't matter. I don't give a shit
It's
if
on
it's audited.
third.
I don't give a shit.
You could
You know what
you could
audited
go.
means? Do you know what
Okay,
audited
okay.
means?
Look. You could go and use it on third web.
I don't care where you can use it. Have like, can I like?
That's the website.
So can you send us all this information?
It's third web. There's are a bunch of smart contracts that have been tested for security reasons. You have to, it's just hard to find them, but they are out there. The same way that Ivan on Tech, he teaches a lot about smart contracts.
Okay. Um, I understand. I don't look at his teachings, but I don't need to be taught about smart contracts. I'm just telling you, like, you verified this contract,
Yes, I have verified it.
so you can read contracts.
Yes, what would happen is this,
So can I read this
and
contract?
can you read it? It's not done.
Okay.
I don't have it done for the public because I'm still testing it. What
Okay.
I have done
Mellow,
is the Discord.
Mellow, Mellow, you still have that website never selling?
It's not mellow, man.
You said though, bro, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's definitely
I've
mellow.
done this. I've done the Discord. Basically, bro, what I'm doing is this. I'm making a regular NFT, bro. A regular NFT. There's not much to. There are plenty of secure NFTs. So I'm making a regular NFT, bro. It's going to have an airdrop. After the airdrop, it is going to launch. There is no stopping this stuff. So if anybody's trying to talk me out of stopping it, it won't stop. It's going to keep going because it is going to work.
Okay.
So you will watch it go up.
Okay.
The NFTs are to get the average people who do not understand technology and who do not want to use it,
Okay.
but they don't mind own NFTs. That sounds crazy, but there are a lot of those.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? People do not want to touch liquidity providing,
Mm.
staking,
Mm.
even single side staking. There are plenty of people like that in the world. So the goal of these NFTs are to bring them to buy the NFT, right? Once they buy the NFT is just basically a way to get you into Hex. That's why even in the white paper it talks about Hex, because basically the whole goal is that okay, even though if you even buy this NFT, still go and buy more Hex. This is just a way that you could earn more Hex on top of your Hex. That's also the reason why we did it in the Discord, because we want everything to be secure as possible.
So the question I have, so I was just thinking, you're saying that you want to bring people into Hex, but they got to have Hex to mint the NFTs. So mainly you're saying you're trying to promote Hex, so you're promote them to buy Hex to get your
Exactly.
NFT.
Everything about the
So,
NFTs is about Hex, from
but
A
that's the
to
thing
Z.
though. So what you're saying is you gotta promote your NFT to make them want to buy Hex and what they can get from it. But you just said that in the Discord it's like secret. I'm just really confused because as
No,
of right now,
The Discord is not secret. The Discord will have other features. There's more features to the NFTs than just the yield dropping. That's one
I
thing.
got you. So how
Yeah,
are you
yeah.
bringing people? How are you bringing people into Hex by using this? Is my question, because right now it sounds like
Because
this is
you
something
earn
that
you
people that
earn more.
hold Hex,
Because
right? So
no,
you got to
because see,
go
people
ahead.
there are. This is what I've been saying. This sounds crazy, but there's a group of people in crypto who do not like anything to do with liquidity providing, staking, or anything, but they don't mind owning an NFT. So these NFTs are NFTs. You will be majority of NFTs. In order for you to earn something from, you need to basically stake them. That's how most NFTs work. These NFTs, there is no staking. You just hold in your wallet. You hold in your wallet, it airdrops. It comes every single year. More and more and more and more and more and more every single year. It will never stop. So that's why I feel bad for the people that are not saying that you guys are fudding. I'm saying people are obviously going to fud me in the future. Like Famous was saying, if I go
Okay,
to
but what are you
certain
getting?
places, I'm gonna get back. Like, huh?
What are you getting every year?
Me, I personally work
No.
with
What am I getting every year? You said it never stops. What am I getting?
your airdrop text. The whole goal of the NFT is that
And where
you're
are you getting
basically
that hex
getting.
from?
It's
Okay,
like
so
it's like base.
so
It's like base famous.
No.
So every
I
year
want to understand where he gets that hex from.
so yeah. All right. So first, right, you're gonna have the sacking phase. So I'm gonna just use the five
So that's a
set for
Ponzi.
example. No,
Finally, something different.
it's not a
Y-
Ponzi. How's it a
Man,
Ponzi?
what do you
There's
fucking
no
mean? Are you okay?
NFTs.
Listen to me, man. If you literally say this to a judge, the judge is gonna put you in fucking jail. It's a fucking
It's not
Ponzi.
a
But it is
Ponzi.
a
It's not
Ponzi.
the
It's the way
Ponzi.
Ponzi's work. You
You
take the
could
money, you redistribute it to people.
no. That's not what's happening.
What? Are you fucking mad? Have you actually spoken?
That's not
Oh,
Dude,
what's
all right.
have you
happening.
actually
Let me
spoken to
let me.
legal
Can
advice?
let me finish. Let me finish. Famous. Let me
Man,
finish.
So,
Famous.
can I ask you this
What's
that's
one?
so
happening?
So
mad.
Let me finish. Famous. What is happening is this: the sacking happens. After the sacking happens, literally, you keep saying it's a Ponzi, and people are expecting expectations. I keep trying to.
Sacking it doesn't sound much better when you call it like that. Sacking.
Yeah, but I'm keep trying to explain to you that in the Discord. And this, if you have not used Discord before, the Discord document is not the document you can make in Discord is not like a
Okay,
real
so explain to
document where you
me
have to
if the
do
sacrifice only happens,
a
if the
signature.
sacrifice happens only once, where's the other money that comes in? Where's the?
all right, HLS.
No,
It's coming from
wait. Let me speak.
Hex.
Let me speak.
The
I've
rest
been
of the
listening.
money, the rest of
I
the
don't
money,
understand. So
yeah.
the rest of the money comes from
I
where?
Hex mining. It's
So
literally
famous.
called Hex
The
Lifetime
SPAC,
Stakes.
HLTS. You're kind of skipping over something that you explained earlier. So the SPAC is I take my 5 hex, I sacrifice it to the contract. The contract, and there's 8,000 of them. That creates like a 40,000 stake
So
T share, right? And so
yeah,
everybody's got an NFT that represents 5 hex. That's the 5 hex
I
they did.
understand. I
So if you did
understand. So he's
10x,
basically
right?
doing
So
third
now
party.
it's like
He's a
it's like
third party
Maximus. Yep. So he says
with
that
admin keys.
50% of the year, the year it ends, 50% of the minted hex goes to the holders. Whatever your portion of that 5 hex is, you get that airdrop to you. Another 50% gets restaked with the principal.
and no
And then
more money is
0.5%
needed.
goes to the contract, it sounds
But
like.
you,
No more hex is needed. So
yeah, but I
that's what
hope
I'm
so.
trying to explain to you,
I
famous.
hope,
That's
I hope so.
no, bro. It is not a hope. Stop saying I hope. There is no more hex needed, bro.
Okay, but I
It's
don't
not a
understand
hope. I can show you the white
but
paper,
I don't
bro.
understand.
There is no
But then
hope.
I don't understand why you sound so confident and you're so cool about it when you literally are going to be a centralized entity that will control how the redistribution of rewards is then generated.
I'm not controlling how
You're a
it
Well,
works.
no,
middleman.
but
It's a
you are
contract.
representing that
You
entity.
keep saying I'm a middleman.
Okay,
It's
so
in a
they, the person,
contract.
what do you mean it's a contract?
You can make a
The
NFT
dev
airdrop
team is doing what?
ERC20
The dev
contract.
team is doing what to do the airdrops?
They're going to make the
So
contract
in the
work where the
contract, there will be
airdrop just
functions that
goes.
are ran by an admin key. Am I correct?
No,
So then who's giving
the function.
what?
They're basically going to try the things that we're building. That's why I can't really give you all the
God damn,
details.
man. Everybody in New York fucking sounds like this, man. Just
We are
like so
going to. We are
overly
going to.
confident.
No, it's not overconfident. This is the thing. I'm making one set of NFT, one collection. It's one collection. You sack your 5 hex, for example. When the sack phase is
That's a
over
lot,
and
man.
everything and all the NFTs have sold out for the 5 hex set, there is only 8,808 NFTs. When all of those 8,808 NFTs sell out, there will be no more NFTs for that set.
Why is that
That will
amount?
be it.
Why that amount?
Because we have chosen that amount. The next amount is
Why?
66, the 6,606. The next amount after that is 4,404. The next amount
Totally
after that,
skipped the fives, man. Totally skipped the fives. I can't believe this.
we did not skip the fives because everything that you pay is in 5.
Well, I'm sold. You've convinced me.
And the way that these would work. So Famous asked the question, where's the money coming from the airdrop? The money is coming from that when those sets sell out. Each set is in a different address or different OA wallet, if you will. Once that
Oh
happens,
man.
because this is the sacking phase. So this is before anything is airdropped or anything. This is as soon as the sacking phase is over and everything has sold out. Then those
Actually,
OA
that's an appropriate name for it. Yeah.
Yeah, then those will basically go and make the NFTs. The NFTs will be airdropped. After the NFTs are airdropped, after those NFTs are airdropped, this is the key important part. All of that hex will go into the staking for 1 year throughout 15. So then the stakes will start to compound on each other. Each stake will restake it every year. 50% of the yield will go into the basically airdrop. The other 50% is going back into the principal. On top of this, we are going to have the communist stakes. And you guys are probably like, that means shit, right? But at the end of the day, in the future, those will mean a lot of things.
Okay.
So what I would say, just so you know, HLTS is if you want less flack, once the contract's done, you should run it by Pulse Police.
I understand, but the thing is that we want to innovate, and we have more things that we are going to add on to these as well. That I'm not able to basically come up and say right now. This is more than just an NFT. The NFTs are just the beginning. There is going to be a PRC 20 in the near very future after these NFTs sell out. And that has nothing to do. You will literally be able to even see on the blockchain there will be no such thing as a founder or way address from the original HLT community that did this at all. You won't see them involved in that project holding any tokens or anything of that such. Those tokens will be ended up used because we're trying the whole goal of the PRC 20 that we're building along with the Hex Lifetime Stake NFTs is that we're trying to make a way where you are able to use those things to buy Hex items. Like everything we want to do is revolved around Hex. So, and we have more than that. That is just the tip of the iceberg. So we're building on a lot of stuff. So there's going to be some things that we cannot show because it's kind of confidential for the moment because we just want to make sure it's not many bugs. This would also include video games, other assets as well. Eventually, in the future, like there would be even a time when you should be able to rent your Ubers or Lyfts if you were to with the cryptos. And for the security reason, we have chosen Discord because as soon as you enter into the Discord, and it's free, there's a free version of Discord. And if you own the NFT, you will get the other version of Discord. The other version of Discord is basically a business type of wealth type of group. If you no, I do not agree with this man. Andrew take, but it's kind of similar to his real world view of things, but it's on a different aspect. So it's going to show a lot of businesses how to do a lot of things of that nature, how to be successful in life.
They don't use Discord though. They use Slack, don't they?
He uses he uses he used to use Discord. I don't know if he still uses it, but they used to.
Or like ICQ or MSN Messenger or something like that.
Yeah, actually, I can see it right now. Yeah, they use something like that, but that's all right. We're not using it because we can basically mod. So when you come in, you basically will say you agree to these terms. You will press the check mark, and that will basically be your thing. Also, before you sack, you also have to agree to the phase, which the phase is also in the white paper. The phase basically states that you agree that there is no basically expectation of profit from others, and it basically gets all
Oh my
taken
god,
up
I
with.
hate that so much, man.
Yeah, I understand
Oh my
people
god,
hate
what have
it,
we
but
done?
I know that it's a thing that we have to do if we want this
Oh
project to
yeah, it
last
has
for
to.
a long time. So that's what I'm kind of saying. I don't really care much about the hate as long as this project lasts forever. As long as the Hex life is breathing, then that is what we have to do. Will be done.
Yes, sir. How are you, Walrus?
Yeah,
Hey, what's up, bro?
yo, Lord, it's this is my first time ever seeing us being able to speak to you. So, can you kind of explain to me how the liquid loans kind of work? Because out of the one thing in crypto, I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of lost on the loan part.
Mellow, you know all the rules.
Is someone talking?
Yeah, Walrus was saying that Melo was saying that he doesn't know you.
Yeah, I mean, are you guys talking right now? I don't want to give the whole LL spill right now if I'm interrupting conversation. I'll be happy to answer to you, though, brother.
Yeah, I want to learn more about them.
All right, yeah, I'll give the quick overview, but like this is like the PULSECHAIN spaces, so I just try not to. I mean, again, I'm more than happy to answer anything. I just try not to dominate their space with like LL specific stuff. But the sort of magic on it is one, the stable coin, USDL or LUSD if you're looking at the ETH version. That you get a stable coin that doesn't have admin keys and doesn't have all this counterparty risk that we currently have. And then when it comes from the loan side, loan is the right term, but I don't think it's quite the right framing. For most people, it's being able to take a position where you're able to use some of that value for your PLS to do other things without having to sell and like minimize your price exposure. Like what we really want is price exposure to PLS and then be able to use that value. So LL offers a lot of different utility so that you can hold on to your bags, take advantage of different yield bearing opportunities, and then the stable coin is the magic.
So I kind of understand it now. So say I had a position and just say like Shiba Inu for a billion Shiba Inu. Instead of me going to sell that billion Shiba Inu and buy Pulse or Hex, I would just lock it into the thing and I would be able to hold my position and still get another set and sell that instead. Is that correct?
In some ways, the theory there is right. So the only collateral that LL will take is PLS for a variety of reasons, but the concept is there. So you definitely want to take some time and understand how to actually utilize that side of it. A lot of people will just basically use USDL, won't use that collateral side, or will have the loan token and be taking some of the fee generation, the yield side off the platform. So there's a lot of aspects to it that aren't just the collateral. The collateral will have the least amount of users and takes the highest amount of skill to use correctly. So it's the one to spend the most time on. to actually learn how to use. So, but there's a infinite amount of tools that you can, in ways that you can use it once you understand. We haven't done one in a little while, brother. But I'll try to shoot you a DM. We'll do another like LL specific space and just like, hey, like reps and go over that stuff. We'll probably do one this next week or so. We'll have some more updates. The V4 kind of puts us back a little bit on actually releasing for the DApp. But we can definitely do a space and go over some strategies and stuff like that. And we can work through them where we're not just dominating the conversation. But I'll be happy to help, brother.
Yes, as soon as that space opens up, I'm joining right away. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the V4 must have kind of pushed everybody back a little bit on releasing on the testnet, huh? Is that what you kind of seeing?
Yeah, it depends on what they've got going on. So for us, it doesn't like delay like the code, the DApp, the launch, like the things that people kind of use and see. For us, it's the same thing. Like I mentioned, it's the infrastructure. So like as of right now, like we have like an archive node syncing on ETH, and then you can actually roll it back to a block. So there's some things to cut down some of that lead time. So we're optimizing some of that, and then we'll probably do, just depending on timing, with how everything comes out next week, we'll probably do another private deployment. So for some of the stuff for us, it's just like reps, so making sure that we go through all our stuff and execute everything properly. But yeah, the delay for us will just be, there's no point in launching the public side on V3 when they're going to do the improvements on the validator stuff. So it will, like I said, again, I try to say delay because it gets in people's head that like, oh, stuff's broken. It resets us back some time to sync, and then we'll be good to go.
I say that we need our toys to play around with on testnet. Testnet's boring with all the toys,
It's funny, man. I was telling everyone the same thing. Like when some people were like, why does this, like, all they remember is the last thing they saw. So the last thing everybody saw was V2B, where, whatever security concerns there were with Parla, no one cared because everything was working great. And everyone had, most of us had launched and had dApps up and things like that. So then they get the new version and it's clunky and we're going through, we're resorting out issues. And then there's nothing on top that's built and PulseX Limited. And everyone's like, man, this thing sucks. It's like, again, comparing kind of the end game to the first launch here. So yeah, a little clunkiness and all that kind of good stuff, but we'll, again, I cannot wait for people to see some of the front end stuff that we've improved. It's really attractive. The user experience will be great. And yeah, we'll be up pretty quick, sooner rather than later, once they get V4 up.
Looking forward to it. Not a whole lot to do on there other than la-di-da. Is Famous speaking right now?
G'day everybody. No one's speaking. Walrus, how you doing?
My man, what's up, Ty?
How you doing, buddy? Yeah, keeping busy. Always busy. You?
I would pay to be bored.
Yeah, you've been busy, man. Your stuff with Wendy O was awesome. I see CZ's getting a bit more camera time too, which is great.
Yeah, thanks, man. That's not really my stick, but I tried to be entertaining enough that I would get invited to go back and do that stuff again, and it was great to get the shout out for the community.
Man, you're a natural.
I don't think people know how much anxiety and time goes into seeing that stuff rip where it looks like it's off the cuff. It's a lot harder on me than people think, but I'm glad it looks that way. And like I said, I'm glad to be able to do some cool stuff for everybody.
Yeah, man, just keep doing it. You're killing it, brother. It's awesome.
Yep, me and Funding Jim are gonna be doing some really cool stuff this next couple weeks down in Florida, meeting up with the Cardones, trying to link up with some big people, get some exposure to some of this big, a lot of this TradFi money and exposure to some of their audiences. So trying to reach out and talk to a lot of these guys. So hopefully we'll have like a new batch of some fresh eyes and cool stuff. I've got some more like the podcast with like outside players coming in that's neat. And yeah, man, hopefully we'll hopefully as everyone's doing a good job building and, you know, pushing the voice and the message here, we'll be doing some cool outreach stuff and trying to expand horizons, man.
That's awesome, dude. Always going. Always going.
Yep. To be fair, all this is Jesse's fault, which, I mean, naturally, most things are Jesse's fault. I think we could all agree on, but especially this one, because it was originally Jesse who talked me into being an admin. And now look, this is all his fault.
Well, yeah, we're all, well, still, we didn't know what we were getting into, right?
Yep. Just obsession.
You know,
Oh, what are the
listening to
chances?
you
I see
guys-
Marcus down there too. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to step over you, brother.
I was just gonna say after listening to you guys like for the last what two years now, and like how you guys started, I'm just like I'm wondering around the next bull market how we got to try. It's like I'm expecting a bunch of people to be kind of like you guys coming out of the next round. You know what I mean? People that just kind of started out as nerds and then all of a sudden look at you guys now, just experts, and kind of a cool thing to think about.
Yeah, it's been very humbling, man. Been a lot of fun. The community has definitely rallied around some of us, so it's really appreciated.
Not sure about the expert part, though.
Yeah, that confused me.
Well, it's like you said, Wallace. It's like off the cuff, doesn't happen. It's the kind of preparedness that you've done prior to that gives you the opportunity to, sound off the cuff and smooth or whatever people are saying, but people don't really understand like how much work is put in prior to certain conversations, right? And so being able to benefit from the information, the hard work that you guys put in, kind of makes it easy on the rest of us, I guess, the lazy ones.
Yeah, and I don't know that it's as apparent on the outside how much a lot of community voices lean on each other. So, I mean, me and Ty have had a dozen conversations or more where we sit down and we talk about XYZ certain thing. Jesse, LV, K4K, like just all these people that have some areas where they have a lot of expertise. So much of that stuff gets bounced around off other members, and so a lot of the community does a lot of supporting and like challenging, sharpening teeth of the other voices too. So a ton of stuff I say comes from work or expertise other people did, and this, things I've done I'm sure echo in other people's words. So even a lot of what the community does is cut down the learning time for other people really involved. So there's a lot of symbiosis there, man. It's such a blast to be here.
Oh yeah, I get that. I just imagine like me personally, I got to sit and I listen to like 7 different people, to get like you said, you got the different expertise, right? The different viewpoints. So like I got to listen to like YouTube, and I just imagine what it was like when you guys were in Telegram in a group together. You know what I mean? Doing it there. It's just kind of a cool thing to think about. But now, like people like us, we've got to like jump into these Twitter Spaces and maybe get a chance to participate. But go to the YouTubes, just hear the different expertises and kind of like coalescing it all at one point, which is like, you know, the person that's, you know, like me, for instance, I gotta take all these different 7 or 10 different people that I, you know, take the information from these experts and then let it coalesce in my own mind. You know what I mean? So I get what you're saying. It's kind of, I'm kind of jealous of what it was like back in the Telegram days.
Yeah, it was a really cool time, and we'll get back to that again when the Telegram rooms open up. There's a lot of expertise there, and I think that when it goes live, we'll see sort of that a bit of you know, culture kind of get brought back up in the Telegram rooms. Not only just the closeness that I like, but I've commented on this a few times. Twitter in general, it's just so like it's just a bad way to communicate technical ideas, especially when there's any sort of tension and it's hard to read. Like we're just so much sharper with each other on Twitter. I feel like even in the spaces, but like in the Telegram, not that you didn't get people trolling in the main chat, but like for the most part, you could just be like, "Hey, you're being an ass. Come to the VC," and just like work stuff out. So I liked a lot of just I guess you'd almost call it just communication flow in Telegram as well. I think that helped with a lot of this. There was, because it was a bunch of nerds sitting together, there wasn't as much like social credibility for like dunking and proving somebody wrong. It was just like, hey, let's work through and get an answer.
What's up, Walrus? How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, brother?
Today eFiat launched. Did you go check it out? Did you talk to, like, how did you know? Was that on your radar? Like, because I was anticipating the launch and stuff, and I'm still looking at it right now. Just wanted to see if you were even thinking about it.
Yeah, I knew Buck and those guys were going to launch for a while. I hadn't paid that much attention to the event today.
I mean, the reason I'm asking is because I'm kind of like just DJ and just conversation. Just like, you know, do people in this chat room think about like going in there and buying stuff, or, you know, buying some eFiat coins, and maybe people sack for it. I didn't. And then that was just like I was just curious to know like how in depth
Wait,
you
what?
think it.
Wait, what? Can you repeat this, please? So eFiat.
eFiat hasn't launched. It's just you can mint your tokens is all. It's privately launched, FYI.
Oh,
Yeah.
So if I sacked, I could do something?
If you sack for famous as well, you can claim.
Yeah, you can. Yep.
Oh, okay. I'll be right back.
But yeah,
So,
it's on private.
It's on Fatty.io, where you can mint your tokens now on eFiat.
Well, you know what? Since I know Buck now, I'm gonna just message him and ask him. There's a
hey,
document I can.
can you can buy tokens though? Just if you're Uniswap, you can swap some
Sure.
tokens for eFiat, right?
So there's somebody already put up liquidity. So all you can do with eFiat tokens right now is trade them. The staking part of it, I think they said it by the end of the weekend. The app will be open to the public. This is what they're planning on. It's what they were planning on. But right now it's open just privately. So.
Okay, that's what I was directing it to Walrus. Sorry, man, to put you on the spot. Walrus.
No, that's okay.
It was a question for the room.
Yeah, I know I think you're asking Walrus what he thinks about the loaning and stuff, like the people that are able to put up coins to loan to others to get paid interest on them or yield or whatever, versus people that can go there, you know, put up their own coins for collateral and take out other coins. Is that what you're kind of like going with?
So actually, I had two questions for Walrus. One was, the first one I just asked was just like, how in depthly does he look at launches in general, especially the eFiat launches in general? And then the second question I have was regarding the Tetra coin and the Tetra ecosystem, or the Tetra strategy, because like I found a really cool like diagram of the way people are planning on using it. I've heard the risks involved. Someone mentioned that Tangent had some experience with doing something regarding a strategy, and you got to keep an eye on it. But then, so Walrus, like, you know, on here on this like diagram, it's Liquid Loans is all over it. So how in depthly have you gotten into the Tetra strategy, or to use their systems for? Have you done a deep dive? Because like we're on Twitter trying to learn stuff, but like you were just saying, like go to the telegrams. Have you focused in on like having like an hour section on, hey, this is the way you could use Tetra with liquid loans, or does that even matter? Is that not something you want people to do? What's your opinion on it? Oh shit, is he not in here? Oh fuck, he left. Whoops. Dude, I'm looking at this badass fucking diagram of Tetra. Does anybody get excited about that?
It's
I can
something like
literally
never
ask.
selling
I can
data.
literally answer for Walrus. Like Walrus doesn't even talk about like Hedron. He's like he's into whatever you hear him talk about. Literally.
Oh yeah, like this thing that Red Squirrel did. Like he's an amazing.
Who? Who the fuck's Red Squirrel?
He's in your chest.
His flow chart.
Yeah, the flow charts. These Tetra flow charts.
You got to know Red Squirrel, famous.
Red Squirrel doesn't.
It's like
Is he going under another name? I don't know who the fuck Red Squirrel is.
it's like that method. You loan, then you buy some more, then you loan some more, and so on. Like Melo did with never selling .io.
If you guys want to look at this fiat chart on Etherscan, I mean, on
Dex
I'm
Screener.
looking at it on Deck Screener. Wow.
I've been looking at it for like an hour and a half.
Where's it at?
Bro, can you wait? Hold up. So if I have to go on Fatty, you guys are getting me excited.
Go to fatty.io with that your sacrifice address.
Whoa.
Connect to it. Click on Mint, and it'll pop up on the Mint tab.
Fatty.io, right? PHATTY.io.
Yep. Yeah. Deck Screener Talker. What's the price at now? What's the chart look like? You're saying, look at the chart. I'm driving. I went home and minted and looked at the chart, and then I left. Gone down a little bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Did it go down or up?
Well, it started out at like 50 cents exactly. Maybe
nice.
50.
It went up to 55.
Yeah. Actually, I see a wick up to 66. And then, it went all the way down to 23 cents. And then it's at 41. And there's 100,000 pooled USDC and 1 million eFiat.
Look at the wrapped Ethereum pair.
Okay.
Yeah, and so you're aware of that. For the sacrifice, it came out to about 12.5 cents per ECF was the sac price, I think.
Okay.
Per token.
That's helpful. Thank you. I didn't know that. So, what is this coin's really like? I mean, is this coin gonna be like? Okay, it's gonna be copied over to the Pulse Chain side, but then they're gonna release fiat on the Pulse Chain side. So, is it gonna be a new coin? Is eFiat and fiat gonna be on Pulse Chain? I should just go ask their chat.
It just gets copied.
No. So it gets copied, but there's no functionality to it. They tell us right up front that it's not going to have any use on Pulse Chain. The real one on Pulse Chain will be open on Pulse Chain.
So buying like $500 or $1,000 of this stuff today on the eFiat is pure speculation. If just for the will you be able to do DeFi on ETH with eFiat? Yes, you will. I guess.
Right.
Are you a cop?
Me? Oh fuck no, dude. I've
I'm
asked that
just
question.
kidding. I'm
Okay,
just
I've
kidding.
asked that question before.
You've asked that question to other people before?
I have, yeah, yeah. I actually asked it to Walrus once.
I asked that to a prostitute once, man.
I
You
asked
asked
Walrus.
Walrus if he was a cop?
I asked Walrus if he worked for the government. Fuck yeah, dude. The guy, like, there's some
Maybe
there's
that's why he
some
bailed
guys
out.
there's some guys who have so much like knowledge and they're so deep into the ecosystem. Like, I just feel like, God, why didn't someone just ask him that one question? It's like the movies, you know.
Yeah. Cops, man. What are you gonna do, huh?
I do apologize. I try to learn everything, every new project, to where I understand it enough to where I can answer questions. But Tetra is something I looked at when they first started talking about it, and I understand what it is, but I haven't lately looked into it, so I can't really answer any questions about it because I'm not up to date on it, and I don't want to mislead or misrepresent or anything information. So.
Yeah, me personally, I'm just kind of like tuning it all out now because I'm just burnt out on all that. So it's been a couple of years. I'm just done. I can't process anything else anymore.
Hey, Famous, what do you think about Tetra? If you don't mind.
Just a way to automate what you want to do. The user interface, right? Just to automate, just like liquid or not liquid loans, Power City has for their earn token and liquid loans token. You can tell you what parameters you want, when to reinvest to the principal, and where you want this user interface. Tetra, now just tell me if I'm wrong, but you can set up to where you want your profits to go, what you want to reinvest, where those profits go to reinvest in other stakes, right?
You're right.
Is that correct?
Yeah, you're right. But with Tetra, you have more options to use more tokens than the Power City, because Power City, you use their ecosystem for their automation.
Right. Right, and then you pay a fee for what you're doing or what you know. Yeah, I get that. I mean, it's a cool idea. I haven't got a chance to look at it, but I'm sure a lot of people are going to be able to using it. It makes flowcharts easier and it's more automated, right? Where it's like you're setting a bot to do it for you.
Yeah, the thing, I think that all this stuff will be big in the future, because of the adoption rate. Of obviously, that's number one. The adoption rate is going to be significant to the industry, and I believe all those things would be very, very useful. Why? Because Pulse Chain is eventually going to be one of the like currently right now, right? How the U.S. market's dollar is kind of dying. That's essentially Ethereum in the crypto world today. The difference is that Pulse Chain is Bitcoin. What I mean by that is because if you see people that are in Ethereum, people are like, well, you might as well just get into the Bitcoin. That's what people are kind of saying in the world. I'm not saying this is facts that that's what you should do. It's financial advice. I'm just saying this is how the world is. So when you go into crypto, that's kind of how crypto is, where the Pulse Chain is the Bitcoin and Ethereum is the old dollar. So I think we will see a lot of flow of movement over to the Pulse Chain. A lot of things that are native to the Pulse Chain will blow up because of that simple fact. Another thing is like weight. Like weight is another token that will blow up for the simple fact of its use case. So a lot of these things are gonna blow up just because of the use case. Necessarily, none of us have to agree with the use case, but as long as 2, 3, 4, not even that much really, 1%, if you want to be honest, agree with that use case, it might do well. So I believe all these projects have a chance.
Okay.
Hey, Humble.
Kind of nice. Everybody coming up. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna just chit chat. What were you gonna say?
I was just saying it's nice having all these people coming up and asking questions and creating subjects for us to talk about.
Okay, I got a question for you. So if when there's a lot of newcomers to to the ecosystem, and they are gonna get maybe they just bought Hex and it's liquid, they haven't staked it, and they're kind of like they're kind of like thinking they should just keep it liquid. And if Pulse Chain launches like in 5 minutes, would you say, oh yeah, just why don't you move your liquid Hex on Ethereum over to the Pulse Chain side, because you got quite a bit, wow, you actually got quite a bit. So then you're going to be like, okay, would you could probably just go ahead and just do a staking ladder on the Pulse Chain side and double your coins on one chain, and not really have anything on Ethereum.
Are you even going to be able to stake wrapped tokens? The wrapped Hex?
No, you can't.
You won't be able to stake them.
So what if you swap them with something? Can you not swap?
Yeah, you could probably swap them. Yeah.
Because like if you carry like wrapped eHex to the Pulse Chain side, and you want to convert them into pHex, or we're just calling it Hex, but pHex. So what do you swap those wrapped eHex for to get Hex?
You swap them with Hex, right?
Yeah, so that's why I was that's why
Depends what liquidity pools they are. Just look at the pools and see which ones are advantageous.
Right. So Humble, like as I was saying, like that could you give someone, like, could someone really just like double their bag? Like if Pulse Chain launched in, double their bag on one chain when they move it over successfully, and then just stake everything on Pulse Chain. Would you? Now, I'm not saying for advice.
I wouldn't tell anybody anything like that.
Okay.
But I personally don't know why anybody would do that. I mean, if you're getting a copy over there anyway, why risk bridging it? I don't know. Again, the reason why I can't say anything is because I don't know what this person's, financial position. I don't know their risk, the risk that they're willing to take. I don't know. A lot of people in crypto, it's their gambling. They're trying to get that $1,000, turn that $100 into $1 million. That's their mentality. You know what I mean? Maybe that's who they are.
So, but
you know what I mean? So it's like
in theory
different with everybody. I wouldn't. Yeah. So like I could say one thing to 100 different people, and it will only work for 10 of them. Everybody else will lose their money. You know what I mean? So that's why it's really hard. That's why nobody tries to give financial advice, because
Humble D,
what's right for one person is bad for another.
Dude, I know, but in theory, I'm thinking in theory now. I'm not thinking about me. I'm not thinking about anyone else. I'm not a financial advisor. But in theory, it seems plausible to move all your liquid copies over to the Pulse Chain side. To me, it's plausible in theory. Because why? ETH is expensive to end stakes. So Pulse Chain was designed to get rid of that, expensive, ending stake thing. So that's where I was just kind of like nudging you to say, well, yeah, actually it's pretty good idea to have all your tokens, all your Hex on one chain, on Pulse Chain.
Yeah, maybe. So let's just say you move all your, we'll speak hypotheticals here, right? Let's say you tell somebody to do that, right? So they take their 100,000 Hex, let's just say that's what they have, and they trade it for 100,000 Hex on Pulse Chain, right? And then they stake it. So now everybody's staking over there, and so Pulse Chain is daily yield per T-share is now 3 Hex per T-share every day. And then you look at your Hex that you used to have on Ethereum, and you realize everybody started doing the same thing, and there's not hardly anybody staking over there. And the people that are staking over there are earning 10 Hex per T-share. And it's because, well, yeah, it's a little bit more expensive, but wow, don't I feel stupid, right? So it depends. You know what I mean? It's like if you did that, you'd still be. The thing is, though, is you're staking and you're using the hex the right way, and that's what we want to do. Is because we're doing delayed gratification. We know that we aren't gonna, you know, fall to our weekend and sell on a 10x or 50x, but by the time the stake's done, we're hoping for 100,000 or 1,000x, right? And that's it. You know, if you're not staking hex, you're not staking it for a reason. You want quick gains most likely, or you want liquid funds because you need them. That's cool. You know, that's why it's there. But at the same time, if you're staking it, you're doing that for a reason too. You know, you're creating generational wealth. You're buying T-share. What Hex really is all about is the T-share. So, and you understand that, right? So, you know, it's really hard to answer that question. You know, I mean, yes, somebody can do that because it is cheaper to, you know, as far as we know, when mainnet comes out, it's gonna be a lot cheaper to stake and unstake, right? You can stake it for a day if you want and probably still come out profitable, right? Versus Ethereum, you can't do that. So again, I know Famous has talked about this. He believes a lot of people are going to be staking really short stakes, and they're going to just do a compounding thing, right? So if that's a strategy that someone wants, that might be something that a lot of people are doing. Where you're seeing that it used to be, you know, billions of hex on a single day, once a month would be unstaking. You might see that weekly now, right? Who knows? But you know, you can't do that on Ethereum and be profitable, right? So again, if that's what your friend's wanting to do, you know, he wants to see the instant gratification day after day, maybe PulseChain will work for him, right? I don't know if that answers your question. I tried my best.
Yeah, no, that was good. It was just basically, you know, doing long stakes on PulseChain. So getting more T-shares by compounding the ETH hex when you bridge it over and convert it into P hex and having a big old bag, you know, and then doing really long 15 years, whatever your ladder may be. In theory, you might get more T-shares, but I know bigger pays better. It's not as important as longer pays better, but if you have a double bag all in one chain, that's just where in theory, my mind was going, just to think about talking about.
Of course, you know what else matters? We don't even know what the liquidity is going to be like. I mean, what if Johnny KS is right and Rich, the OA does pair up 1-to-1 hex with the OA's bags? Like no one's moving that ratio, right? Now, if that happens, that's gonna change a lot of people's strategy, and I don't think that's gonna happen on day one or anything. Maybe in the future, who knows? But if that did happen, that changes a lot, right? So the thing you're talking about there, maybe it would be better. You can get one for one, you know. So again, it's really hard to predict because we don't know what we don't know, right? So we just got to keep that in mind.
I didn't hear what Johnny was saying, and I don't catch everything you said. So basically, he's going to 1-to-1, meaning the value of hex on one chain is the same as the other chain. So in order for that to happen, the OA has to put up funds on, I guess, the PulseChain side because it's empty, or no, I don't know which side you're talking about him putting up funds on, but essentially, if he doesn't do that, could you explain what it might look like, how it's imbalanced? Could you explain that?
I guess what it looks like is, let's say that PulseChain opens up, right? And the people providing liquidity decide they're going to put up, you know, the bridge happens, and so now we've got a price point, right? So let's say they put up, I'm just using numbers, this isn't the actual thing, but let's say they put up 100,000 hex, and they tie like a stable dollar to it, and hex on Pulse, you got 100,000 hex versus $100,000. right? So each hex is $1, right? If hex on Ethereum is 25 cents, let's say, right? And then somebody pairs hex with hex, the pulse hex with the e-hex. It's going to be 4 e-hex for 1 pulse hex is going to be the ratio, right? But let's say before that, so when somebody buys something on one side and it brings up the price, that ratio is going to keep usually, and so that the price is going to go up a little bit more on the like 4 times on the pulse hex side. So like if it goes up to 30 cents on e-hex, typically it's going to go up to $1.20 on pulse hex if they're paired, right? One on that. So if the hex versus hex liquidity pool is so thick that the ratio doesn't change, it's really hard to ratio to change, meaning that if there's billions of each one on each side, nobody can change that ratio enough to make it matter. Meaning that, so when the 25 cents goes up to 30 cents, the dollar's going up to $1.20 automatically, because that's how the ratio works. But if the liquidity of, like, it's not billions, hex versus hex, and if it's only like a million each, well, now somebody can push the price up in the Ethereum side to say $1, and that's a lot of economic energy that's happening over there, and it will actually affect if the pool's smaller for the 2 hexes, they're only a million. It'll actually affect the other pool on the other side for the stable dollar, because now that one won't move as much. It'll be like AMM. If you understand the AMM bot, it'll react differently, right? Because it's not moving like molasses because it's so thick. Therefore, now the prices are going to change, right? Because the liquidity is smaller between the 2 hexes. And I know this is kind of confusing. It's confusing me kind of trying to explain this. But because it's so small, there's more volatility, and it makes it easier for the other price, the other coin, not to follow it, right? So now the ratio between the Ethereum side and the Pulse side, instead of 1 to 4, might be actually 1 to 3.1, right? Because the 2 hexes paired together changed. That ratio changed. Versus if there was a billion hex on each side, that ratio wouldn't really change very much. And therefore, the ratio dollar-wise on both of them would stay the same. I don't know if that makes any sense to you guys, but
Yeah, it's when you put it in context like that, it make what it the smaller pool on Pulse Chain, if that's the case, would not impact the price on the Ethereum side as much, but but vice versa, if the price moves on ETH for Hex, if the Hex price moves a bunch on the ETH side, then it would impact the price on Hex on Pulse much more.
right. I mean, you can think of it as like so you're familiar with Ethereum and USDC pairs, right? So there was a lot more USDC paired to Hex before, like now, right? Now there's a lot more Ethereum than there used to be paired with Hex. So now what's been happening is, like, there's been some bigger buys in Ethereum, and that's been what's been moving the price of Hex versus USDC. Not people buying Hex using USDC. It's been people buying Ethereum. But Ethereum's got a price tag, which is there's a lot more Ethereum tied to USDC than Hex. And so since the Ethereum price has gone up, it's affected the USD price versus Hex, that ratio, right? So, but now if there was 100 times more USD in Hex than the USD Hex pool, the Ethereum buys wouldn't really affect it as much, right? It's kind of like, it's the same type of thinking.
Humble, what do you think about the liquidity of PLS?
What do you mean?
Do you think it will be very liquid?
This is speculation, but I don't think it's. I think it's going to be more liquid over time. So I think it's going to be less liquid during the ratio trading time.
Let's speak about. I mean, once we have the breach, okay, because the ratio is only maybe 24 hours. They maybe just 1 hour. They won't say how much time because of. I mean, maybe some people could actually do some hack or I don't know, but I don't believe it will be 24 or 48. But let's say we have the breach, so we have the dollar value. So someone need to provide the liquidity. So how much the liquidity you think it will be provided? Percentage, let's say, from all the PLS available. How much will be available on the market?
So again, this is something we don't know because, okay, so we got PLS. A lot of people, we don't know how many people are going to be validating, right? So think about this. If there's 100,000 validators, you take that times 32 million, how much PLS is now off the market, right? That's not providing liquidity, right? We aren't the OA. The OA starting off, the AMF bot is the one that's, starting off with liquidity. We don't know who's going to be providing liquidity that actually are, have sacrifice sets. So honestly, I have no idea. I mean, maybe Walrus, I see he's back. Maybe he might have more of a better idea that I can speak versus history. I don't know.
Do you understand that has a big effect on the price?
I do.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
I always like when Wallace shows up, I can redirect to him. Famous would be awesome to be talking about liquidity if he was up here.
I mean, the more we are liquid, the more that we need a lot of economic energy to actually go up or go down. And if we are illiquid, it means that we can go up very, very, very easy and go down very, very easy. So it's time of, I mean, let's wait and see. I'm gonna see.
The liquidity rough estimates from the AMM look like what will be available is basically by the time that the network is made public is around 2 or 3%. I think is where that looks like it's going to settle. Maybe, again, maybe a little on each side as far as PLS.
2-3%, including the OA. So from 143 trillion, or without including the OA.
Including the OA.
So it's 2% from 143 trillion, right? I think that's the circulation supply maximum of PLS.
Roughly around there. You can, like I said, if you really want to dig in, if you're like really interested, you can look at the AMM deployer address and see some of the numbers there as well.
Okay, but that's the liquidity provided only by the AMM bot, but we can also have other sacrifice providing liquidity plus to that, right?
Anyone can provide liquidity in there. I was just bringing up that's where the liquidity will start.
I see. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. Thank you.
Sure. And where that liquidity, I think, will be a bit of an interesting number because that liquidity, I think, will be very interacted with. Like we're going to see so many of these other tokens, and there'll be so many ARB events that I think a lot of that PLS that is in liquidity pools will be captured in different ways and taken off liquidity. So I actually think that we're going to see a bit of an S curve when it comes to liquidity. If I was just speculating, is I think that we'll see a lot of people, a lot of that liquidity is provided in all these pairs where, different PRC20s. And I think a lot of people will be trying to look at different ways to game and pull PLS out of all these other AMMs and different pairs as, again, as there's ARB opportunities and things like that. So I think in some ways that liquidity will dry up. And then I think again, people will start to provide it again. So I think we'll see some ebbs and flows on like just total liquidity.
Yeah, I see. Interesting. Do you think we're going to have some limit orders to put on the desk?
I know they're going through some revisions on PulseX now. Again, my my speculation would be that when they go to mainnet, there wouldn't be that delay in that feature set, and that we would have limit orders up pretty quickly, if not directly at launch.
That would be good, but I mean, hope that they put that on testnet so people could easily interact with that and see how does it work. Because you have to bridge before. I think that the bridge was up. They tweeted about it 1 hour ago. So you need to bridge it and then put limit orders on PLSX, not, I think. So that would be another feature that does not exist on Uniswap today, right? Because Uniswap does not have that. Last time.
Yeah. Uniswap doesn't have the limit orders, but you would be able to set limit orders even before the bridge. It just, again, we wouldn't have that those external funds. So I think by the time, it'd be interesting to see how many people are willing to add liquidity in that first window before the bridge is open. So even though we'll start with, I think what could on paper look like a lot of liquidity, I actually think I think that PLS on market will dry up pretty quick. And then we'll see obviously kind of an influx when the bridge is open. And then I think that we'll kind of see some oscillations there for a couple of weeks.
I see. And do you guys trust Pulse Trump? I know it's a fork of a bridge that never got hacked for now, but I don't know, bridge are scaring. So what are your thoughts about that bridge?
Yeah, it's a fork of OmniBridge, and I think that that's beneficial. There's reasons that you need like a lock-in mint style bridge like that for like the economy at scale and like the size of the network. But for individual users, there's like really no need to like maintain exposure to the bridge. So I think most people should just treat the bridge, even though again I'm confident in it. Like who cares, right? Like there's still a risk. So I think that most players would want to use it the way they would a central exchange. Like take your USDC, wrap it, bring it over, get into whatever it is you want. Don't just hold the wrapped USDC for no reason. And then the same, go in the other direction when you're ready to take profits. If there's no direct on ramp and you're going to go back to ETH, then grab your wrapped USDC, bring it back across the bridge to unwrap it, and then minimize your exposure to it.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
He sounds like the guy.
So happy you came back, Walrus.
Tooth Crypto sounds like the CEO of Liquidity.
Robert?
I guess that's his name, yeah.
Yeah. Robert Lauka is the CEO over there. Or wait, no, sorry. The CEO is actually Michael. I talked to him the other day. Robert's the founder. I get their titles mixed up.
Okay, this brings me to my next question for you. Like, because you're like a bridge guy, like from the Hex community. You said you've talked to people at Liquidity. How excited are they about the Pulse Chain launch? Are they giving you pats on the back? Are they saying you're going to fail? What are they saying?
I mean, for the most part, externally, like most people don't care because they just don't have the bandwidth for it, right? So like there's all kinds of L1s going on. They might be doing cool stuff that like none of us care about. So there's definitely places where there's contention, but again, usually that's on short-sightedness, and that's the reason that I'm kind of careful about the way like I brand myself. So like even my LL stuff is relatively minimal, and I do that on purpose for just that reason, so that I can have some of these conversations without having to like overcome predispositions or bias or ticker symbol battling and stuff. So that's kind of the reason I take the narrative I do, and it helps a lot with having some of those conversations.
So they're not excited to get whatever like into a new ecosystem. There's not buzz. There's not that anticipation and like, oh, do they even hold Hex? Do you know if any of those guys are? They must be aware of Hex. Do you know if they say, yeah, you know what, I have a little Hex, but I'm not gonna, don't tell. You're probably not gonna tell me, but I'm just wondering of that community, of all communities, if they're interested in Hex or why wouldn't they be? It's such a outperformer.
What do you know about the Quant token?
The Quant token. Well, it's an AI token. It's relatively new, and I don't know much about it. No, I see your point.
See what I mean? Yeah, I mean, I'm teasing you, right? So like, they're again, like I said, I've been able to have some good conversations with them. So, and remember for them that like that contract doesn't bridge over, so they don't have the same. They're one of the projects where the copies aren't as advantageous, and like obviously, you know, we're a fork still building over there. So I've had great discussions with them. I think we've got some cool stuff that should be coming out in the future that myself and them will work on, that I think will be productive and cool stuff. But again, like it's like everything else. Like there's just so much bandwidth, right? Like you can only have so much time for this stuff. Like there's all kinds of cool stuff that comes out all the time that I have no idea what's going on, or I'm just like, oh yeah, that's neat. And I just, you know, you just don't get the bandwidth. So when I say people don't care, it's not as negative as it sounds, I think, on the outside. They just haven't got there yet, right? Like I've got a list a mile long of cool stuff that I want to check out, and everyone just has, you know, orders of operation.
You mentioned something like about 3 or 4 days ago that you were wanting to work on, but you're really not ready to announce it. Was that a project, or was that you going to Florida?
I think I know what you're talking about, and that's something that will be discussed after launch. No, it's not. It's not a project or a coin or anything. It's something that we knocked out and had some good results on, and we'll be able to put some more on that after launch.
Gary's here.
Hey, I was just kind of getting a feel for rooms. I'm taking a break. I was doing some streaming earlier. So, you know, what are you guys talking about?
Nothing too much. Me and Hex were just going over some of the Liquidity guys, and if they were excited about PulseChain, just kind of talking about other communities when, again, there's so much siloing, there's so much stuff going on that not everybody has time to research some of the stuff the way we would think.
I can't remember. Is it your own product and project, or is it someone else's that you contributed to when it came to howtopulse.com?
What was the question?
I can't remember. Are you the founder of howtopulse.com, or were you a contributor, editor, or something?
No. So the original, I think, again, I'd have to go look at the thing. I think we ended up getting like co-founding partner or something is the way we ended up getting titled on there. But Lank and Crypto Knight and a few guys were there a few months before me getting that stuff started. And then we worked and did all the How to Pulse stuff pretty much there as a team, built some cool stuff in the background. And then kind of a subset of that team has the marketplace they're working on now.
Can you, without throwing shade or maybe over and glamorizing other websites in general, what's a good data feed about, like, this is a stable coin, this is DEX, this is related to liquidity? You know, do you have to look across 10 or 12 different platforms to really get a sense of things, or is there kind of any go-tos? I thought How to Pulse might be that.
How to Pulse definitely does a good job there. I'm big on those types of references. And so we're building up a huge repository of blogs and articles like that so that they can be quickly shared at LL. So we have a ton of those, and we have 1 million in the queue that we're working toward. So hopefully there'll be some more common groupings for things like that in the future, as far as like all the blog content on LL side. How to Pulse is a good one. I mean, there's just so much stuff. It's hard to get centralized sources, but yeah, I think they're still probably the guys.
I have noob questions. I'm going to ask a couple of noob questions, so don't beat me up too much. When you're looking at Etherscan and you have their search bar, and you can put in a contract, and then that feed information will come up about that contract, at least, or that address. How is that data Is it pulled from the, like, is it the founder? Is it the deployer of the contract? Is that the person that I can actually put in the initial data? Like, this is a stable coin, this is the website, this is, where you can get information, because the website can be altered in the future. There's different reasons that might change. Ownership of Bitcoin.com is not owned by Bitcoin.com, So, like, can you comment a little bit about Etherscan? Because I find the Pulse Chain Explorer confusing or challenging for that kind of information. Like, who is the reference? Who made the launch? I understand a little bit about the anonymity desire in cryptocurrencies, whether it's founder or participant, but can you comment a little bit about how to do some of that sleuthing?
Yes. So, yes, the one on PulseChain is challenging. It's a pain. On Etherscan, the data that is actual, like address, contract addresses, blocks, transaction hash, that is all pulled from chain. So if you go in there and like pull up like Hex, that's because that's how that they pull up on-chain data for those reference. So like that contract is the actual token contract that's on-chain for Hex. And so then you can go through and all those numbers are pulled from chain, and then the dollar values you can look and they'll usually have sources where they aggregate some of that data from. So let me see here. So like if you go to Hex now, you'll like it pulls up like Uniswap V3, and that's where I'm guessing they're pulling that price from. It'll be slightly different. Yeah, Uniswap V2, and so you can actually go through and look where they're pulling price. So like right now, the Uniswap V3 price, it pulls up at, let's see, when I do a 0.05, is it like 7 cents and change there? But if I go to Sushi Swap, it's 7.23. So where that pricing is just depends on where you're pulling from. And there's a few different ways they can like aggregate that in other ways. And then as far as the links to it, that is up to them. That's a centralized source, so they can change those things. So some of that data is on chain, immutable, it's there. And then the rest of that gets built onto the Etherscan interface. So it's a combination of both those things.
Yeah, I feel like, not to be overly paranoid, although, paranoid people sometimes are more secure. Like links on Etherscan, even if it says, here's our website or whatever, I'm nervous about it. So I usually don't click anything. It has to be community voiced. I'm still old school as far as like referential to human beings for first value considerations. And then Etherscan is useful once I feel confident enough to go visit and look at some of those data that's on, pulled directly from chain. When it comes to, so like you were saying something about Hex, things like Hex.vision or some of the stuff that is Staker app being pulled data. Do you know where those two are pulled from? Is it V2 on Uniswap? Is that always the reference? That the biggest DEX that has the most liquidity, or how's that work between those two sites specifically?
In general, that's what you'll see is they'll just go to pull where the largest amount of liquidity is. But like on Hex.vision, I'm 90% sure on the side, you can actually still go and like look at like V1 and V2 liquidity. And then in Staker app, let me see, I'm pretty sure they actually pull from Hex.vision. Yeah, they pull from Dex.vision. So if you look at a graph, like if you pull up Staker app, if you see that powered by, usually that's where they're telling you where they're pulling that source feed from. And so any of those sources where they load that information from, usually they're pulling from one specific spot. So like it's simple to go, okay, Uniswap V3 has the most liquidity, Hex USDC is the fattest pair by far. That's the price, right? So you can do that. And then depending on an asset, say like Bitcoin, where there's tons of liquidity in a variety of places, some pricing feeds will have a built-in level of aggregation. So like for Bitcoin, I could, rather than giving like saying, hey, here's the price and it's a feed directly from one pair, I can take the top 5 pairs and then you can take kind of an aggregation of like where that liquidity is and then say, okay, here's the actual price. So every interface you look at will be a little different, But Hex is Hex is simpler because it's generally on one chain and basically has two pairs, and one pair is the majority. And so it's not as spread out as what you get with like ETH because of like wrapped ETH being moved around or wrapped BTC. But when you see that powered by, again, that's giving you where that information is pulling from. And typically it's just from the large liquidity source. But again, on certain really high-end blue chips that have stuff everywhere, you'll see some level of aggregation.
Thanks, that's really helpful. Does anybody know how long this space has been going on? Because I like to look at, especially when it's recorded, and someone like Walrus gives something very efficient and detailed. I like to find it again. Anybody know when this started or when it resets? Does it reset daily? The host?
You can just
This
check.
actually reset. This actually reset not so long ago, probably about an hour and a half, maybe at most 2 hours ago.
Thanks for.
There was a long recording before that, but this one started not too long ago.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I like when they're recorded, of course, and when I do realize someone has pretty efficient. That was a great statement, Walrus. I appreciate that. And then another question that I have is, you know, the phrase. The first time I heard the phrase was actually Richard saying something about liquidity locusts, and he was talking, I think, about Uniswap. Basically, and maybe Sushi Swap, and when some narrative about this is the reason why LP would move, and this is the motivation, right? That kind of stuff. What are your thoughts as a speculation? No inside information, nobody knows. But what are your thoughts when it comes to that repeating? Like V1 Uniswap was the first. V2 had a reason for liquidity to move inside their own LP to move to a new contract at V2. And then V3 added a feature, and I think V4 will be a different feature. I don't know what it is. But what kind of moat do you think PulseX might have when I do hear that there are multiple types of DEXs being built, whether it's Rackham doing his thing, Texan Token having their own kind of political DEX. What are your thoughts about moat and about like liquidity migration?
Ooh, that's a good one. So in general, just like everywhere else, like money goes where it's treated best. So you'll have some level of loyalty from certain providers and like the INC, the incentive token. And so that was the original sort of like, again, to use some of the recent expression, the vampire attack on Uniswap was Sushi Swap offering their token as an incentive to give extra payouts. So you can do similar things inside of PulseX where you weight pools highly with the ink token to try to bring people over, or the inverse if you want them to spread out. So in that context, where PulseX will have a large amount of value is that it's first. So the first mover side will be that because there's so much liquidity there, if you just said, hey, there's 2 or 3 other DEXs, why would I go over there if basically all the players are in PulseX? So there's a bit of critical mass that happens in the beginning. So that's a big advantage for PulseX. You have a high distribution of the PulseX token, and all of those players are incentivized to want PulseX to play well. So if you're sitting here and you're a large holder, again, you're going to want to make sure that people keep that volume there. So there's some kind of positive feedback loops along with the buy and burn in that community wanting PulseX to be where a lot of trading happens. So you got a few extra incentive models there. For other platforms, you almost have to come up with a specific reason why you would want that pair there, or some feature that makes things really outsized as far as like capital efficiency to go to another DEX because you're not going to get the volume. And then there's sort of a side component, which is the DEX aggregators. And the more prevalent DEX aggregators are, the less important it is about the overall liquidity in the DEX because it'll pull from all these different sources. So if you have the more 1inch, matcha, all these types of things come into play, then you can have multiple DEXs, and each DEX can kind of have its own flavor or its own rationale or operations that people like and enjoy. But for PulseX itself, the first ones are going to be, again, the community incentive and feedback loop for holding PulseX. The fact that it's RH's, naturally he's going to have the large voice. That's the one he's going to talk about. So that positioning, and then its liquidity kind of gives it critical mass to where you'd basically have to have an outsized reason to put your liquidity somewhere else.
Great answers. Have you heard something about what Uniswap v4 might be or what might offer?
Not specifically from Hayden or any of the guys on that team. And this is actually something I have a bit of a kind of what would you say? I don't know, thesis. I don't know. Thesis sounds kind of pretentious, but I sort of have an assertion that there's going to be a lot of talent that comes into the space over the next cycle. We talk a lot about institutional money, but we don't often talk about institutional players and the difference in skill that a lot of those teams operate on. And I think that that's one thing that we'll see over this next cycle is not just the money from these teams, but the teams with money as they come in from all these, again, established players. So what I would think we'd see on V4, we talked with Bob over at Maverick in a private room the other day. Maverick protocol is really interesting. It functions similar to Uniswap v3, where you can provide on one side, but it has some automation about where it moves the range. And so the big thing that we'll be seeing as sort of a focus that most of us don't care about now, but as larger players come in and as sharper players come in, it'll be capital efficiency. So that's where I would assume that most of their improvements are going to be looking at coming from. I would imagine that they'll do something similar to Maverick. So again, it'll be capital efficiency, and then I think like enterprise level tools will be the focus on a lot of these established projects on this cycle.
That's interesting. Let's see. Let me think of other good questions while you're here. Yeah, anybody else got something else to say? Famous came up as a speaker now. That's cool.
What's up, Gary?
Good to see you. Hey, if Corey comes up, I know he stepped in as a listener. He likes to listen in a lot, but I am curious also about validating how his process, and if he's up and running on the testnet. He's somebody that has said publicly that he's doing validation. Anybody else in the speaker panel already doing validating?
Not currently.
RH Mac has put out some good stuff on a few different scripts to make that stuff simpler. I'm getting a lot of my stuff ordered, and then with V4, I kind of slowed down. I was like, all right, great. I'll start firing it up around that time frame.
Yeah, it is frustrating. Again, if I'm not a dev and I'm just wanting to contribute to the network, it would be frustrating to go through the process and have keep hitting my head on the walls. I pay attention to the dev rooms. I pop in there every day or two and scroll through 500 things that they've fixed or worked out. So yeah, I would love to see a window where they say, okay, equipment, this is what you need. This is the status, and that is unalterable. That'd be great.
Gamma will
Gary,
do that, and
oh,
Alex is also working on like some sort of plug and play type model. So
the easiest one to date, it's the David Feder. Go on his YouTube channel. He has a 40 minutes video and also a GitLab page with some command line commands. And basically, you have to follow the video, and by the end of it, it should be working.
That's cool. Let's see. And then do you think anybody that wants to speculate on this, do you think that some of the recent time lag, or at least a V4 narrative, is about the ramp issues? Gorley has a real world value, even though it's a test net. And so it was interesting that this testnet version I've never heard of doesn't have a price, even attached to it. So do you think that that's any of the recent delay about, launching a ramp or being able to enter a chain?
I think they were always going to move from Gorley after the Rinkeby got decommissioned. They had a choice, and I think they were always going to go to the newer testnet, Sepolia. Because there is a lot of issues with test tokens having value on Gorley.
I'm not surprised. I think as Ethereum gets more and more and more and more expensive, you're gonna have more and more the need to develop with a more profound need. So you would want to utilize a lot of the testnet, since being able to develop something good on Ethereum, which would have a crazy machining asset, also a very high market asset. You would need to get shit right. So I think that testnet does have a possibility of having, if someone's running, the ability to go and create a project that could then be worth so much on a network that is worth a lot. I do see that there should be value there by logic. You know what I mean? Like just how businesses work. Like it's you know, like schools. Everyone thinks school should be free, but it's still an amazing business. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's how I see it. I'm not surprised. It's gonna get more and more expensive. Yeah, hopefully it's gonna get more and more expensive. So, I think that the next generation of people developing on it will have even more need for a good solid testnet. And if Corley is one, well, if it has the potential to be long term, then I don't see why we couldn't associate a value to a testnet that is actually worth something. You know, like if it actually provides value or pre-value, like there should be value and pre-value. No, I don't know how to say that, but Gary probably would be able to explain it better.
Oh, there's mechanisms. I mean, it depends on if you're doing it in code or doing it in another contract. But like, what is the value of your stock options for a startup that's 1 week old? Nothing. But you speculate that it might be worth something based on your efforts.
But what's your, the way I see it is like, well, what like to me it would be like Elon Musk doing his PayPal and then going into Tesla and saying, well, how much is Tesla worth? You know, for someone who would have followed his production on PayPal would have said, well, shit, you know, it must be worth more than what his original PayPal was worth or whatever. You know, like, I don't know, maybe it's a wrong idea, but like, imagine your 5th project or like your 5th or your 10th year in, and yeah. But I think it's different though, because to me, testnet is still real. You know, although we don't give it value, like what's stopping it from having value? Nothing. It's just us. But as soon as someone puts a value and makes people pay for it, well, there you go. That's how Bitcoin came into fruition, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
So if I send you a request on your PayPal, can you send me some money for my TPLS? Is that what you're telling me?
Technically, if you would need like 50 million TPLS in order to accomplish your development needs, then yeah, I don't see anywhere how you would get 50 million TPLS. And if someone's able to provide you that in the future for a clean price, you know, why not? You know, if that's what you need for your development, if that's what you need to test things out, yeah. Like right now, if someone,
The interesting thing is that the Bitcoin pizza, you know, someone took a chance and said, this is a joke, but okay, I'm going to give you, you know, I'm going to buy these pizza on your behalf because I think someone else paid for the pizza, right?
yeah, but there was always like I guess people could always relate cost, but at the end of the day too, it's like, like how can we explain this? Like you could sell your hair. You know what I mean? Like you could sell anything. And then does that mean that there's a price for, well, think about it, like blood, like there's a price for blood, no? Or there used to be, I don't know.
Oh my God, you just triggered one of the first videos that Richard would talk about. There's a market for everything, you know, like the guy that says, I'm willing to sell myself to be eaten. Is anybody willing to pay me to eat me? It's like the cannibals.
I'll be honest with you, the things I've seen on the internet that people would be like, I am offering my service to do this, I wouldn't be surprised, man.
It's wild. So wild.
There was people that were like, let me, like there was literally like, not a private investigator, but we'll stalk your wife. Like craziest things, like you wouldn't even think about it. Like, we'll stalk your kids to make sure no one touch. Like what? Like the craziest things. Like buy a giraffe, have it sent to your house. Get a Russian bear. Like it just buy a bazooka. Like anything was able. Like that's how crypto can. Like that's why maybe Richard has that same view where it's like, if you're really that good of a salesman, anything's for sale.
Yeah, you're right. I think that is what he was talking about. He was talking about top hats. I think that was the video I remember. That's cool. Walrus, do you pay attention to things outside of the U.S. purview? Do you pay attention to the regulations outside of U.S. With regard to stablecoin or ramps?
I read basically everything stablecoin related, or loosely in that purview, from the U.S., Canada, UK, and Australia, all the Western powers, and then I try to keep up on the other jurisdictions when they're doing stuff that's positive, or when I see that they're being really aggressive on CBDCs. So not the same level of granularity that I do with stuff in the Western markets, but pretty heavily as well.
Where is the more, let's say, where do you think the top three sovereigns are embracing crypto and the stablecoin narrative? What three sovereigns on the planet?
Singapore, UAE, Hong Kong, El Salvador.
And is that because they have their own central banks, and their central banks are approving or aligning with government and cryptocurrency enthusiasts? I mean, who's the power of the sovereign that makes you feel that way?
So El Salvador, because Bukele is just such a huge fan of Bitcoin, and there's some correlation and causation with the adoption of Bitcoin and the timelines of all the other stuff he's done. So like he is like a giant trend disruptor. So bringing in Bitcoin and all the things he's done, basically everything positive in El Salvador is trending up and everything negative is trending down from when he got started. So there's a lot of social energy around the change. And so that there's a big embrace for it there. So they have, besides sub-Saharan Africa, the highest amount of peer-to-peer transactions is in El Salvador. So they do really cool stuff there. Everything's really positive. In Singapore, there was a bit of a migration away from China, Hong Kong, when there was all the banning propositions that went around there. And then Hong Kong for a while was much less pro because they were trying not to have too much fights with China. So some of that just energy and knowledge and expertise went down to Singapore. And Singapore, again, is also kind of having their own a bit of a revolution there, similar to Switzerland with some of the financial products and positioning they've done around trust, and like they have really high yield on US dollars. They're, the banking system there is really strong. So it was kind of a natural move over. Their natural, their golden visas and a lot of things they do to support digital nomads, I think encourage that as well. For the UAE, they're just pro crypto in general. They're trying to capture, the new wave, and because where they're at, they have to have outside reasons to bring people in. So accepting crypto has brought in some legitimacy and extra capital, and they're trying to encourage people to actually stay there. So they've increased the length of time on visas in a few different ways. So it's, for a lot of these jurisdictions, it's sort of it's a correlation between some actual economic foresight and then having other reasons to basically want to bring those people in. So like again with the UAE, there's like no real reason to just drive out to the middle of a desert. They had to build a reason, and crypto and digital nomads are an extension of that. So that's why I think you see it in the UAE and Singapore. Hong Kong, they're coming back around partly because of some CBDC developments, but their CBDC at least in the pilot stages it's at now, is looking more along the lines of operating more like a USDC, USDT, just from a central bank issuer. And so I think that that's productive. And then they also have another aspect that they're working on called the M Bridge, which is sort of like a Swift for different CBDC networks. And so that's some of the things that they're working on. They're just kind of basically being pretty holistic. They've got some stuff that I'm not really supportive of, but at least they're building in crypto and have a lot of optionality there. And again, they're still pretty supportive of the whatever you want to say, the private options as well.
Who do you think is the best leader of the narrative that doesn't have employment or ownership or stake in a particular stablecoin? Like recently, Chris Black's been all over the place on Ethereum and USDC, and I think he just wants to complain for complaining's sake sometimes. But like, who do you think is the best advocate of like the stablecoin narrative that doesn't have ownership in a company or stake or employed?
I don't really think there is one. Most of the narrative is either comes from some variation of support for USDC, USDT. They make the number go up. People don't care, or the people who are working on the other side of it, they're trying to solve a problem that most people don't realize is there. So that's why you saw some of the spike with liquidity after the DPIG event in USDC, is because most of us don't know until you get hit. So most of us, until we get rug pulled, don't realize we care about admin keys. Until people's exchanges blew up, they didn't care about holding their keys. So then you see this a migration to of people off of exchanges whenever they had FTX. Like you saw all that Bitcoin move off exchanges. And I think that we're getting to that point where people, one, realize how much they don't understand about the risk profile of USDC, USDT. And so it's coming more in the limelight. The regulations around it naturally bring it to the limelight. And then many people still have in there, when you kind of get to the top, people still want to have the meta argument of Bitcoin's gonna be the world reserve currency. We're gonna buy everything in Bitcoin. And so it ends up being an important piece that doesn't have a lot of altruistic voices, in my opinion.
I cut somebody off. Somebody was starting to say something else besides you. Who was that earlier?
I was going to add Italy. For crypto millionaires, Italy is a wonderful place to, because they also have this thing where, this is actually really funny. Obviously, this would only apply to the people who are really rich, who make really good income. If you actually own a house with a private dock and you have a boat that would be considered in your house or part of your house, if you are in your boat and you stay in the certain areas in the Mediterranean, you're technically still home. So you would be able to utilize the tax advantages and purchase really good real estate, have to stay home, but then you're technically home on the boat. But you can go and visit places and come back home and have to respect certain docking rules and stuff. And then you can just go back home. And you're getting an insane tax benefit, especially just as an example, it's, if you make $1 million in a year, you're only paying 10% in income tax. So you only have to pay 10% in income, well, 100K. So you do the math, right? So with $1 million, it's 100K income tax. And there is insane amount of real estate, literally $1 per house. Now there is problems with that, of course, external problems from hoodlums and government. There's another entity, but you could find some really, really good stuff. There was just literally cities being sold, a whole city, but there is some really good potential, and they have literally acknowledged crypto as a form of income, and it's legal, and so yeah, it's 25% tax as capital gains, if not income. So yeah, just check it out.
One of the other things I think that's positive on that flat tax, if I remember correctly, there's a lot of obfuscation from like certain filing requirements. So I'm pretty sure that you can basically say, hey guys, I maxed out, here's your money, and that you don't have to go through the same amount of reporting, which I think for a lot of people, again, it always, anytime you say any of that, it always jumps. I know this, I'm preaching to the choir in some ways, but in a lot of ways, there's a lot of just simplicity and convenience around asset protection and all those things to be able to say, okay, wait, what's the max? Okay, great. Here's your money. Let me go on about my life.
Yep.
I'm probably thinking of the wrong country. I can't remember who the guy was, but I thought it was Italy. Maybe it was Greece. I thought it was Italy, though. Do they have a president or they have prime minister? What's their structure there?
Italy has a prime minister. Actually, she's a woman now.
There was a guy, it was like 20 years worth of like scandal all the time in the news. I thought it was an Italy guy, and it was about taxation. What?
I'm not sure this law was passed in 2019, but you're speaking. I'm not really too familiar with Italian politics, but to me, Italians are just Italians, man. Like I wouldn't be surprised if because to me, I'm from Montreal, and there's a whole Netflix show about it. Our mayor was paid for like 35 years. There's like a whole case about it. It's called the Commission Charbonneau, and like from the city, it's like I wouldn't be surprised because like you hear New York, Montreal, and now Italy itself, the motherland. It's like I wouldn't be surprised, man. The mayor was everyone's paid, so imagine the people in politics in Italy, especially how fashion and how everything, the culture. It's like for sure everyone's paid. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, I don't want to besmirch the culture or the peoples. I remember something about the politician. I can't remember his name, but he was like an 80-year-old guy for like 20 years. And they would say something like, nobody's paying taxes. And I mean, it was constant scandal, more so than the U.S.
There was a guy, he I think it was Berlusconi. Is that probably him? Or that's an old guy. I don't know.
What's his name? What's his name again?
Berlusconi.
Yes, that's the name. That's the name.
Like this. I remember when I was in Portofino, and like you see his house, and you see he's like right next to the guy who used to own Fiat and stuff, or I think it's him that owns it. And it's like he owns like these big ass companies, and then he has this house. I was like, wow, like how does anyways, but it makes you think like all these people that govern all these countries, especially like Macron and the English, and then you look at a lot of other places how it's very low key, but I'm pretty sure them too, they have their they have problems, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the people like to say about whoever is president and whether they're wealthy or their family have favoritism or nepotism. Same thing with Warren railing against cryptocurrency recently, but I think they said that her net worth is like 70 million or 69 million, something like that. So yeah, it's crazy. Access to early information is money. Access to power and position, you don't know if you got which came first, chicken or egg. It's very, very interesting. But yeah, I'm kind of curious about like the Italy thing, and it almost seems like I remember they would go through certain like where the very wealthy would congregate like certain events, like maybe like French Riviera thing or whatever, and they'd see hundreds of Ferraris and hundreds of Bentleys, and then they would do like a sleuthing and find out, oh yeah, none of these guys pay any taxes at all. This is just like it's all shell games. So I don't know.
But every European Gary, every European country has that thing where you could look if you're there long enough. Like even here in Portugal, I realized that like at certain stores, they always pay cash out of respect because they don't want the people to have to pay taxes. Because it's up to them. It's like it's cash. Here, take the cash. Like, oh no, we don't do it. We don't do the card. And then when people look at me with the card, it's like, they're like, or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, and you're right. You're so right. That's a lot of places you would call it grift economy because it's a cash economy. It's an economy of influence, and like if you get stopped on by police, then the police, like in Ukraine, You might make the equivalent of $300 to $500 per month. If you're a school teacher, if you're a dentist, like if you're law enforcement or whatever, that's like your staple. And your staple doesn't pay for really your cost of living. It's, for the hours
Yeah.
ratio, things like that. So it just by default becomes a grift economy. And that grift economy kind of is the same thing. Like you can say, if you don't use credit card or Visa, then you won't have to pay tax, and I'm doing you a favor by paying you cash. Like I think of it that way sometimes because I think that the statistic is if you had $100 bill and you basically bought something with it, then that merchant, now it might be a little bit different in some states that now you have to secure the $100, protect the $100. It's not an electronic transaction. You can get robbed on cash businesses and things like that. But outside of that concern, the 1.8% per or up to 2% per transaction of a credit card, you're paying someone $100 purchase, they're getting effectively $98. And then they have their wholesale price and things like that cost. But like, I think the same $100 when it flips from merchant to next person to next person to next person, it becomes zero after 17 moves. And if it was cash economy or sound money economies, or even, like cryptocurrency isn't like transaction free. It still has a cost to it as well. But like in general, what you can move from as a proxy for labor or good in the form of a sound money is an interesting narrative because $100 would still be $100 at the end of 17 transactions of purchase and movement between buyers or sellers. But if it is an electronic form of a credit card, then at 17 moves, it's zero.
I was always wondering, like, and now that I'm here, and now that I've been like analyzing it deeper and looking, and like I always have analyzed people, right? Because I'm just bored, and like I've realized that it's as if like they offer, they have a problem where people pay too much cash. So what they do is that they offer this highly developed technology that you can utilize with the digital form, but in North America, they don't know where the cash money is. It's like there is no cash money. It's all digital money. So they limit our ability to utilize this digital currency because the technology that I'm using that is so basic is offered as like a third party or extra or private service in North America, or not even service for certain parts of North America. But they're always limiting your ability to digitalize your money, so you could pay in cash, so they get more cash on the flow. I don't know, it's kind of weird. I've kind of had this idea lately where it's like, holy shit, okay, that's a bit fucked up. It's like they're incentivizing me to be more digital here, but over there they're not. They're incentivizing me to be more credit and more cash. So like it's like, oh, I have to bring more of the cash in. I gotta pay cash. I gotta do this cash. I have to bring in cash into the bank. Oh yeah, like in Europe they can't take out that much cash, but in Canada you could deposit all kinds of cash. I could deposit, especially the way the new bills were made. Like the machines would take, will take like I would say close to like 25 to 50K. One shot, just gulp it out, just they'll take it. So they're Canadian, they could tell. I'm pretty sure, yeah, they could do that. They could do some crazy deposit. Obviously, checks is different, but like cash, they were so high tech. And I think in the United States, you guys have like crazy deposit system also. But in here, there's not that option to do that. It's more of like, oh, go digital, and if you're digital, then you can use the ATMs to be more digital. It's like you're only limited to take out, but the ATMs are more of like a point of go and pay your bills. Like Gary, it's incredible. Like people don't pay their bills on the computer or their telephone. They go to the ATM and they just pay their bill. It's like you want to pull out money, your friends at the ATM, okay, here, let me get you a code.
Okay, you do a transaction. Okay, I want to withdraw $60. Okay, yo, the code is 642242. Perfect. He puts it into the ATM. Boom, $60 gets withdrawn from your account. You didn't have to put no card. Like, I'd never bring my card with me. I keep my card in the safe with my passports in case anything happens. I still have my cards, but I use my phone for everything. So I would never be like that in Canada. I would need my card all the time. So I'm like, who? Okay, so there's two different problems, but is it because of the cash? And now I'm starting to realize it is because of the cash, because the cash works in two different ways. But yeah,
That's wild. I gotta go, guys. I'll talk to you a bit. Thanks, man.
Cheers. Yeah, guys, it's a bit weird, but whatever. Yo, man, there's a shitload of t-shirts, man. There's a 2,100. There's 2,800 auctions left. Oh, this is not good, man. This is not good.
Yep. Wondering about the bridge. Does anybody know how that works? Is it like a liquidity pool that can run dry? Or You they want to can know how issue our as bridge many? works? Yeah, can it issue as like an unlimited amount of wrapped tokens? So the way the contract works for the bridge is, say you have a Ethereum, right? You have one Ethereum, and so you send that to the contract that's on that bridge, and it holds it in a pool or in a contract, and then the contract on the other side, say on Pulse Chain, is notified to mint you a wrap Ethereum. It's just another Ethereum, but it's under a different contract. So that's why they call it wrap. And so it's a contract. And so like it's yes, it can mint as many as it wants, but for that to happen, you've got to mint, or you've got to actually send an unlimited amount to the contract on the other side on Ethereum, right? So that's pretty much how it works. So the token that you send, it gets held in a pool or a contract on the Ethereum network, which tells the contract on the Pulse Chain network to mint a wrapped Ethereum. Does that make sense? It's about as easy as I can explain it. Interesting. Okay. So I guess it has value on the other side of the bridge because it's a wrapped token. It actually has the cash value and can be cashed out at any time. Right. Meaning that somebody that say you trade that token for Pulse, right? The person that traded that Pulse now has that token, and they can bring it back to the bridge and redeem it for an Ethereum. on the Ethereum network now. So the value is the token that it has on the other side. Does that make sense? So let's say
It does make sense.
yeah.
It's so simple, man. I'm shocked that Bitcoin and Ethereum never had decentralized bridges sooner. It's such an elegant solution.
Well, it's the pulse ramp is forked by a bridge that Ethereum has to another chain that hasn't been hacked. So it's from an existing bridge on Ethereum that's been forked. So they did think of it first. But yeah, like everything, there's a risk to using bridges, meaning that, as I was going to say, it's a honeypot, meaning that a lot of coins end up there and they pool together, and it gives incentive for hackers to try to find a way to drain that pool. So if that happens and you're holding the wrap part of it, you have nothing to redeem now, right? So that's the risk.
So how much do we trust it then? Is it like 100% certainty with the trust, or is it like 99?
Trust it like a centralized exchange, maybe, risk-wise. I mean, the one that got the one that got forked that they're using for pulse ramp has never been hacked. It hasn't had any major issues. That's why they forked it. So a lot of people that use bridges have confidence in that one. But at the same time, the Walrus was just in here saying, yes, even though I have confidence in this, majority of people should, like, when they bridge tokens over, you should immediately exchange it for what you're using it for. You know, it probably wouldn't be a good idea to wrap USDC, bridge it over, and then hold it. You know, if you're not going to use it for anything, it's probably not a good idea just to hold it. He recommends that you trade it for maybe, you know, the loan or the earn token stablecoin or the quote, right? Because those aren't wrapped. And then if you need to bridge it back over, you just trade those back for USDC, and then you only have risk for the amount of time it takes you to bridge it back over, right? So he kind of said that treat it like it's a centralized exchange. Only hold it for as long as you need to use it.
I think that's the part that's interesting to me, or that maybe I don't quite understand. Sorry if it's noisy.
So,
but it's like,
okay, so think of it this way. You ever hear people saying, like, you know, the attack vector changes, or there's more of an attack surface, meaning that the more complicated things get, the more attack surface you have. So if you're holding, so pretty much what you're doing is you're adding another contract, meaning that you just added more risk. Even though it's somewhat safe, you've added another attack vector to your wallet. If you're holding a wrapped USDC, if you're holding USDC, you're okay. You just have to worry about somebody hacking your wallet, right? If you're holding wrapped USDC, you got to worry about somebody hacking your wallet, but you also have to worry about somebody hacking the contract that's holding the real USDC, right? Which is the bridge. And that's all that they're meaning, is that why hold that extra risk? Just trade it to something that's native, and now you got less risk, because if that gets hacked, you're not holding the worthless piece of wrapped USDC. You're holding an actual native coin, right? But when you're ready to transfer it back over, just trade it back for the USDC, then do it. You know what I mean? That's all they're saying. It's just less risky, even though a lot of people have confidence in this ramp. Why take the added on risk, right? Because it's an extra contract that somebody can use to steal your coin. Is all they're saying.
Okay. So who's holding these big bags of wrapped tokens, or is it like an arbitrage bot that just sells them back? Because I know I wouldn't really want to have a bunch of wrapped stuff in my wallet.
Typically, it'll be somebody that's providing liquidity, probably. And then those that are providing those like wrap coin liquidity, they don't do it with large portions of their bag. So, you know, somebody that's providing liquidity with a large amount of USDC is probably only doing it with like a small percentage. And that means they have a lot, you know, they have a lot to play with. So they're not risking a huge amount of their bag to do it. So typically, but there are people that might want to do it. There could be people that would be like, well, I'm going to bridge over USDC like a couple $100 worth, and I'm going to provide liquidity with, you know, the loan token, not the loan token, but the PLSL, the LPLS or whatever, and they're going to, you know, take the risk of doing that, but they're going to try to earn fees doing that, right? So who knows? Everybody's got different risk factors they're willing to take, and you know, a lot of people feel pretty comfortable with false ramp, but then there's a lot of people that, you know, even though they're comfortable with it, they're not going to, you know, take extra risk when they can just trade it for something that's less risky, right? So, but you know as much as I do, but those are some ideas of people that will be doing it. But typically, it's people that are providing liquidity with those wrap tokens with native chain tokens. Probably people like famous, crazy people.
Well, it seems to work so smooth. Like, I mean, I don't foresee any problems. And if it's running like this at mainnet, PulseChain's just going to launch and be completely integrated seamlessly in the loop to the rest of the blockchain. It looks so bullish to me.
Like, yeah, we all feel the same way.
Have you tested the bridge yet?
I personally have not. I mean, I tested on V2, but I haven't tested new ones because I haven't been home yet, really. I just went home and minted my fiat, and then I was gone again. So I didn't want to, you know, keep my coins in my stack wallet. So it thought it'd be important to, you know, transfer those.
Dude, yeah, it's like magic. I haven't really messed around on other chains too much, so I'm not super experienced with bridges. So to me, it's just like witchcraft to go from one chain to another. That's amazing.
You've never done any cross-chain swaps at all?
Nope.
Wow.
Till this morning.
You did it this morning.
That's what's so awesome
Not
about
even
this.
on V2.
The first time I did it was on V2. I'd never done cross-chain swaps. I just usually on-ramped to the chain and did it that way, sold. same way. So that's what's awesome about like this community and this ecosystem is that all these people, including me, got to do some things for the first time and learn it. You know, it's kind of exciting hearing people talk about it.
Oh,
Sorry,
dude, it's
didn't mean to
amazing.
interrupt.
My version of a cross-chain swap was going through a CEX and sending out. But man, this is like light years ahead of, I think, having to go through something like that.
Sorry, Magic Carpet Rat, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, you could use like obviously on test is awesome because you're not spending any real money. But I mean, Rubik and Change Now have been around for quite a while and connect many blockchains. I used it last year a lot to DCA into Hex when I had no capital on Ethereum. I had to fund the wallet. Gas was high, so it's like I'd have to purchase ETH on a SEX, send it to my wallet. That all costs money. Then do a swap on Uniswap with high gas fees. That costs money. Or I could just take BUSD directly from my Binance exchange, and with Change Now, I could send it direct to there on a unique address and get my hex sent directly to my Ethereum wallet. So yeah, there's some. I just did it last night. I had a couple of grand sitting on Binance in one of my wallets on Binance Smart Chain, and I did a cross chain swap. I looked at Rubik and Change Now, and I got like 700 more tokens using Change Now. So I did a cross chain swap between Binance Smart Chain and Ethereum in under 2 minutes, and the total fees were $17 to go from one chain to another. And the long and short of it was about 300 tokens less than if I'd just done a swap on Ethereum. So pretty good for a cross chain swap.
I don't know, I was testing out like the Portal X. That was kind of cool too.
Well, Portal X is just Rubik, buddy. It's Rubik with another skin.
So I was meaning to ask you, has Steakhouse been renamed?
No, why would we do that?
I don't know. I'm never here when you're talking about it, so
Yeah,
I always wanted to ask and I always forget.
we don't hard shell, mate. If people want to find it, they'll find it. We do some post from time to time. Yeah, we're happy to tick along. It's been developed currently, so we're just ticking along. And like I said, we're not doing like, if people don't ask, we don't bring it up, other than our tweets or whatever in rooms. But yeah, no, definitely not going to be renaming it. We wanted.
Okay, good. Because whenever I bring it up, I say Steakhouse, so I'm like, oh, I don't know if they changed it or not,
Nope.
So now I know.
We wanted to keep it somewhat generic because we do plan to have other staking products under that umbrella. This is just the first.
Gotcha.
And anything and everything we build will tie back into our own token, which is an MCR token. Yeah, think of Steakhouse like a digital virtual building of like a real steakhouse. You know, when you go to a steakhouse and you order something from the menu, let's say dessert, they don't steak it.
Things are moving along just fine over there then?
Oh, yes,
The
sir.
stack and everything?
What's that?
The sacrifice and everything?
Oh yeah, it's
That's
ticking.
still going on?
Yeah, it's ticking along. We just did an airdrop for Tetra's audited token, and um, people who are in our sacrifice going to a draw to win. There's two prizes, 2.5 million Tetra tokens in each prize, which I think would make you a dolphin in Tetra, which we'll draw at the end of our sack. We'll do that publicly on a video. We've got a few other ideas for incentives, but we did just partner with them in the sense of they're running an airdrop for people who sacrificed for PLSX. They're going to do an airdrop to the PLSX sacrifice set. So collaborating with them, we said, how about if we give you our
Saw that.
PLSX pool sacrifice set and you honor it? And they said, done. So now everyone that's sacked in our pool is going to get that airdrop.
Yeah, look at that. I was looking at their airdrop for PLSX. I would have had to register an account
Nope.
to do that. And I was like,
Nope. You're wrong. That was one way which
so,
they've now got rid of. Just go to the Tetra homepage and go to the claim area and just paste your address in there.
gotcha. Oh, good to know.
And you've got until May the 4th.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, when they set up that Gleam.io, which is pretty popular for these type of things, it didn't really stipulate that it was randomly going to ask for people's details. So they shut down that Gleam claim portal and just ran their own. So yeah, it's just a simple paste your address in on their page. You don't have to connect any wallets or any of that stuff. It just is a simple Excel database in the background that just collects all of those, and then it'll get V looked up against the PLSX SAC set and the MCR SAC set.
Awesome. Learned something today. I know there's people in here that are like, oh, all these airdrops are going to people that sacrifice. Just want to give you guys some hope. If you're somebody that's going to be buying Pulse or PulseX once, the chain opens up, if you look at Bitcoin and what Bitcoin happened in the beginning, everything that was airdropped to holders of Bitcoin. People can't do that right now because Pulse chain's not open. So they're airdropping to the sacrifice people, right? And they're airdropping to people that have hex stakes, right? So that's something that anybody can do. So just give you a heads up. Don't feel bad that if you hear about these airdrops that are to sacrificers, there's going to be a lot of airdrops to actual token holders once Pulse Chain is running, because that's what happened with Bitcoin. So just looking forward, you guys will be okay. You'll see a lot of airdrops in the future, I'm sure.
Well, if you have
I don't
hex
want you guys
stakes
feeling left out.
and you're producing hex stakes, you can mint Hedron for free.
And Communis, I guess. Forgot about that one until somebody brought it up.
Is Hex the highest appreciating airdrop of all time?
No, I never really thought about that. Well,
I don't
Bitcoin
think any free airdrop has ever done as good.
wasn't an airdrop. Bitcoin wasn't an airdrop. Shiba wasn't an airdrop. SafeMoon wasn't an airdrop. So neither was Aave.
All right, just the king of airdrops.
Was Doge airdrop?
Nope.
Can't remember. That was just mines, right?
I think it was a pre-mined shitcoin at the time. Oh, well, actually, because it was a fork. So some people may have actually got airdrops from that. I might be an idiot. I'll have to do
There
some
you
more
go.
research.
Guys, just be aware if you, I mean, it can happen on Twitter as well, anywhere. If you're in Telegram and someone contacts you, just always verify that the person contacting you, if it's someone that's publicly known, it is actually that person. We've just banned someone in Pulse X and Pulse Chain Telegram that was impersonating myself. Had a different username at the but obviously their graphic and their name that publicly everyone saw looked like me. It came up in the Hex admin group, and we've banned them. So just it's a public service announcement. Stay on your toes.